Good evening, chat. Or, well, I guess people watching the VOD, since most people won't be watching the moment I go live. Anyway, today we're continuing on the OpenBSD project. I need to figure out why it is so glacier on my MacBook Pro, and I apologize for the background noise. Spring is officially here in Jersey City. The air conditioner must be on, or this apartment is a swamp. The last few days have been kind of, well, I mean, it's right there in the status bar. If you're patrons, you know that I've had some pretty major things happening as of late. Hey, Sad Mac. So I don't know how long this stream is. I don't know how much I am firing on all cylinders today, but basically I'm trying to understand the ouchie that is performance of running OpenBSD. I installed it on I have a Raspberry Pi 3 that lives permanently on my desk. OpenBSD has a Pi port. It's fast. Like, as fast as a Pi gets. But, I mean, yeah. Yeah, so I have OpenPi here, and we can just neofetch. I was able to build the OpenBSD kernel in, I think it was 55 minutes clean. I ran it through CC cache. Compared to how slow it was running on the MacBook Pro, I want to do some benchmarks to actually categorize the pain and nightmare that this all has been. So, alright. Yeah, we're up to 8 concurrents. Nice. Hey, Emma. Alright, so let's... It's also nice to know that the bot on Discord is finally fucking working. That only took me a year to actually make it work. Also, I haven't, like, used a computer. I've literally been away from keyboard for the last week, so, I got to knock an item off my bucket list. I have now stood on the eastern extreme point of the United States in Lupik. Part of the getting rid of stuff, I was able to offload an entire carload to someone who I know will take care of it, so it helps. It's a major step towards the move, and I had some other things that, like, I did a lot on this trip, and that will be the subject of future Patreon posts, since I'm not sure what I actually want to say right now, but give folks context of where I'm at. I'm actually curious how busy we're going to get, considering it is 8 p.m. Eastern time on a Sunday. So before the stream, I created a thing on GitHub. I should probably put the tip jar. You know what? No, I'll put the link to here, because you know what? I don't need to have the tip jar on every stream. Like, people support me if they support me. Okay. So I basically want to categorize the level of awful this is. And one of the things that I found while I was reading on the subject is I found a benchmark called ubench. It's about as dead simple stupid as it gets, and it's also... Where did I put it here? It's also in the OpenBSD ports repo. So if we run... And it took a little effort, but I did get it to compile on Darwin. So our macOS 10. So I'm just going to run it. This is running on the host systems. So, and remember, I am streaming on this laptop, so it's not going to go as fast as it possibly could, but it will basically put it into context at the degree of awful this actually is. It's supposed, according to its man page, it's supposed to take 3 minutes to run. There's also Sysbench, but Sysbench doesn't run a comprehensive test by default. This is actually, I should actually tee this to a file. I should entirely tee that to a file. Because like I said, if I'm going to send if I'm actually going to file a bug on this on OpenBSD, saying it's slow is not going to help. I actually need to give them debugging and profiling information. Even if I can't fix it myself, this is what has to be done to fix it. And I have not historically had great luck filing bugs and getting my actual problem solved. So I'm hoping this is something I can write a patch for myself. The easiest way to know if it's a problem with OpenBSD would actually be to install it bare metal. I looked at what that would actually require. Apparently, you basically just install Ashi Linux and then just give it the install OpenBSD stick instead, since it's just UEFI when you get right down to it. I really don't want to install it. I don't want to fuck with the operating system on this MacBook. I need this machine to work for the foreseeable future. I'm not going to have my desktop going through the move. So, I can turn down... Hold on. I can turn down the lag. I'm sorry. I can definitely turn down the... I believe it's the bloom is what I can turn down. I'm still figuring out the best way to make cool retro term work. And I'll actually run a poll at some point to see if people prefer this or just a flat terminal. I think it looks kind of nice. It makes the stream stand out. Yeah, it supposedly works. And obviously we have it running, I have it running in UTM. But it's running so awful that a Raspberry Pi is literally faster. So I'm trying to understand why that is. I found this problem a week ago, and then I had to go to main. So this is the first time I've actually had a chance to look at it. And unfortunately, this entire week is... I'm here in Jersey City for another week, but I don't know how busy I'm going to be, and then I'm going to lose an entire another week for stuff relating to the move. Then I don't know when I'm actually going to be in front of a laptop again. Chat, it's been a time. Like, I'm almost at the point of wondering if I'm willing to just sit and stream using one screen and my AirPod Pros. The problem is that if I don't have an external monitor hooked up to the MacBook, it's not a 16:10 aspect ratio. It's the native MacBook resolution. It's 1440p, so it's going to look kind of shit on YouTube. It's not an insurmountable problem, and realistically speaking, it's not like I am... let's put it like this. It's not exactly hard to get replacement footage if and when I make a video about this. Like, all I'd really have to do is film some footage of OpenBSD booting up, running the benchmarks. I don't actually have to use the VOD footage. It just saves me time. Like, I've had a few projects where I did them on a stream, and then I've made a video out them, and I used completely original completely original footage because the VOD wasn't usable. Okay, so yeah, it's running for the various tests. This really brings me back. One of my very first things I did at when I was working at Canonical was determining the impact of certain options on GCC to determine what we could do. It was benchmarking the performance between ARM v5, ARM v6, ARM v7, and I never actually benchmarked arm64 at the time, but we were on first generation prototype hardware. This was literally some of the first that ever came out of... no, I take that back. I actually take that back. It was the first Cortex hardware, but Apple had already shipped it. No, we had early hardware before Apple shipped the iPhone, but the iPhone was essentially the first mass market device that I can think of that had a 64-bit ARM processor. Yeah, I worked at Canonical for 6 years. I'm still an Ubuntu core developer, although I'm inactive. I've never mentioned it in one of my videos, but I got hired. Essentially, if you follow my career track, I got involved with doing free software stuff for the Free Software Foundation in high school, and then that led to becoming a Debian developer or getting involved with Debian development. But I kind of liked my operating system to work without tweaking, and Ubuntu was only a few years old at that point. They were the ones that... it wasn't the first Linux live CD, but the big innovation of Ubiquity at the time was Ubiquity. You could install and you could run the live CD and then install the resulting system, And unlike Capoxel, you didn't have to deal with the downsides. It was the same end result. That was the entire point of Ubiquity. This was 2009, and I was already known to Canonical at... I was recommended by someone within Canonical, which got me an interview. The interview was done at the Googleplex at Ubuntu Development Summit 2009, because I was still in college at that point. Yeah. I'm seeing it across the entire system. At this point, I'm trying to localize it down. What had happened was I installed OpenBSD ARM with the intention of working on basically, just for my own shits and giggles, I want to get it working on VAX again. And there we go. That's the CPU and mem test. So this is what it's getting. Yeah, so this is what it's getting right here on this machine. If we run this, if we now hop into the VM, so this is just UTM, so it's basically Qum with a nice GUI. Let's run hold on, before I do that. Why can't I change sessions? Oh, because I'm in the I will remember my key mappings. It's usually why I don't keep a second window open. But let's go source OpenBSD profiling. Yeah, so that's what it's running on here. Now that's running with all cores, and that's actually slightly a problem because I have the VM limited. But if I run Ubench on the VM, I'm going to have to open a second SSH session because I need to actually be able to run top. Like, it staggers me that how much this part of my life has not changed. Alright, let me run Ubench, and then let's send it to Ubench text. Hold on, let's T that. I don't know how I've gone this far in my career and always forget that T exists. Like, half the time, I'll just open a new terminal window and just... Okay. Yeah, so it's not spinning on the CPU test, which is good to know. That implies it's an I/O problem. Like, this is the first I'm actually spending time looking at this. Shouldn't I have terminal output? Oh, something bad happened. Do I have pkill? Yes, I do. Pkill 9, because it's really dead. Oh, that was fun. Ubench.h. If I just... Okay, so that works. So if I send it like this, it breaks when I send it down a pipe. Oh, you are fucking kidding me. I don't know if that's broken on OpenBSD in general, or if that... Because OpenBSD does a lot of things that other operating systems don't. It will break. I can entirely see how it breaks something from 1999. The odds are that no one... I'm just going to run it without redirecting it. It's running in screen. I can copy and paste it. Yeah, Ubiquity was, like I said, Ubiquity, one of my first jobs was helping create custom spins of Ubuntu for internal purposes, internal demos. But most of my work was involved with the ARM port. But I left in 2015. I then ended up at Mixer, and that one was funny. I got the interview because they were looking for low latency experience, which I had. Part of my work at Canonical was system latency. This was one of the very first things I did at the company. They were looking for a network latency thing, but I had been the best candidate, so I got the job anyway. So that's how that happened, and I actually went and created their FTL streaming. It was built on WebRTC, but the big thing is I had to build it. For that to work, I had to have built an entire stack that could run in O1 time. And it did, and that sucked. I also learned that fortunately it was soft real time. Hard real time is... I didn't even have to actually break out Linux RT, but I had to basically... I had to be mindful of the fact that I had latency concerns, because the goal was sub-second end-to-end, which means I was basically going to the actual limit of what could theoretically be done. And in perfect conditions, FTL could manage about 250 milliseconds of latency, most of that being the encoding delay. Yep. So, yeah. So, going back over here, yeah, I mean, look at that. It's not like updating all that freely. Right now, the CPUs are not spin locking. I'm pretty sure as soon as we get to the I/O, it's just going to take a shit. So that actually helps in isolating the problem. So if it's an I/O problem, then we are looking at drivers. Almost certainly, it's got to be a driver issue. And that means I can adjust things. It's probably a problem. It may just be Vert.io on arm64, which is one of the things I think I theory crafted at the time. Yeah, it's still doing the first stage, but we'll just let it run. That is good. That is a nice... I'd be really upset if it was both, because that means I'm dealing with something incredibly low in the plumbing. Yeah, look, we're starting to see spin. Look, it's starting to spin, and it's on the memory or I/O benchmark right now. Yeah, we're seeing spin locks. I should run this on the Pi and make sure that it does the same damn thing, or make sure it's fine. Like I said, I did compile OpenBSD's kernel on the Pi. I didn't see spin locks, but I should be sure that that is not the case. When I get on an OpenBSD mailing list saying, if you want more details, here's the stream VODs, it's like, I did send the emails to NetBSD as NCommander and not under my actual name. I feel like it's more likely to be... NCommander is more likely to stand out because, let's be honest, a lot of people saw that pinball video. It's like, why did I keep using the handle if I was going to retire it? Well, hindsight 2020. Whatever, a name is a name. Just call me Name Commander if you want. Yeah, it's... Now the problem, so when we look here, yeah, it's running the mem test, it's running the CPU test. I don't know. I definitely need to make sure that this is the right spin lock that I was seeing when I was trying to build OpenBSD. Like, I'm trying to find a better reproduction case, something a little bit more analytic, because at least that would give me some idea of what I'm looking at. Because this may be write versus execute, and actually, you know what? We don't have to just sit here and watch this. We can literally just get on the Pi, and we can multi-thread this. The thing is that if I don't want, you know, like Symantec would just throw a I'll admit the N has no relation to Norn. It literally just comes from see, there's, like I said, there is I kind of like the mystique of the N for a little bit, but on the other hand, I don't want people making assumptions of what it stands for. So I'm like, it does these days it does not stand for anything. It's just a random letter N. That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out myself. I have the GitHub has the profiling I did. I let it just run for a minute, and it looked like to me it was running too many exceptions at EL1, which is, so normally on ARM64 there are 4 exception levels. That's EL. EL0 is userland. EL1 is the operating system when it is virtualized. EL2, which is not always there, is the hypervisor level, or the operating system in the case of type 2 hypervisors. The one where the essentially when you don't have Zen's DOM-O, you have something like KVM that's installed by the running operating system. Or if we go, and then there's EL3, which is Trust Zone. Which is irrelevant in this case because if Trust Zone is broken, then I am so beyond screwed. Yeah. So now this is running on the Pi. You know, just out of curiosity, can I pipe on this? I'm assuming this will break. Yeah, that'll break. Oh, look, it's exiting on a different signal though. And chat, I didn't think that one through. Oh, is this done? Oh, it is done. Yeah, chat, look at the benchmark result. That is atrocious. Like, there's some examples on the Ubench website of what it should be. I'll throw the link in chat so you can see I'm not... Yeah, Trust Zone doesn't have to be there. Technically, you can comply with the ARM application profile if you only have EL1 and 0. As far as I know, no one actually does that. But technically speaking, a Silicon implementer could do that, and thus applications cannot depend on EL2 being present. It's completely legal and valid to load for the bootload for the cold strap to allow to load UEFI into EL1. So that being said, I don't know how many people have ever tried OpenBSD in virtualization. KVM historically has been a little... You could get it to work, but I've never gotten it to work well. Hypothetically, you can run KVM on a Pi. All right, let me before... Come on. If I wanted to... What is it for paste? Is it it's not read buffer, it's... Why do I never remember what paste is? Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Yeah, like I said, it is running atrociously slow. And we noticed this when I tried to do the OpenBSD stuff. So I've got copy. You know what? Hold on. Yeah, see, I can't copy and paste it because, well, I can't actually. Hold on. Yes, I can because why? No, I can't. Or. Okay, no, that's how you do it. Okay. Alright, so let's put this in with the other results. Ubench, profiling, and we'll put it on the spin locking kernel. So I'm not actually sure that's the problem, although it entirely can be, because that is remarkably bad. Yeah. Yeah, so let's see what it's doing on the Pi, because that will give me some idea. Oh, right, I still have to actually kill that session. Ooh, I actually think the Pi is hard locked up. I'm hitting Control C. What happened? Yeah, something bad happened because you saw my password ended up in the history, and yes, my super secure password is password. All right, let's just run ubench and not try to send it to a file this time. And then let's open another terminal and let's connect to... And let's just take a look. Like, let's just run top. So now we're looking at it on the Pi. Yeah, so the Pi is now going flat out. Yep. I'm running Tmux. I'm actually using both Tmux and Screen. The outer console is Tmux, and the inner one is Screen, because it is actually I need to be able to have multiple views from different contexts to make it easy to stream. I haven't found a way to consistently have a right panel and only be able to change the left one, because realistically speaking, you never want to do that. But for me, just look, my sidebar is Vi. This is not exactly a high bandwidth stream. I could recreate this experience in the 90s. All I would have need is Shoutcast and Telnet. And honestly, I do actually want to do that, like make it entirely possible that you could have watched this live stream on a 486 in a copy of Windows 3.1 and Real Player. I could actually do it with Real Player. Yes, I have. Well, Tmux Screen is on Control A, and then Tmux itself is on Control B, because that's how it shipped out of how it shipped out of Homebrew, and I have no need to change it. I hate changing config files. Because if you change the config file in one place, you'll have to change it everywhere. So I've always learned just adopt to the defaults. Your life will be less miserable. About the only time I make an exception to that is font sizes. All right. So where are we on our profiling journey? All right. I have this horrible feeling that Ubench is going to be faster on the Pi than it was on the MacBook Pro. Like, I'm just waiting for it. Honestly, I've had a discussion with some of the people in my Discord on having some music commissioned. I'm kind of happy with the Kevin McLeod library. Well, no, let me rephrase that. I find the music a little bit too repetitive, but it's not causing me problems as a content creator, which means I like it. I won't use it for my own videos, but for a live stream where it's just ambient background noise, because let's be honest, I do have to think, and I can't think and talk at the same time. So yeah, we can literally see that one Raspberry Pi 3, it would take 10 Pis to equal the equivalent processing power of my MacBook Pro. Which, no, it would actually be about 12 Pis. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. I mean, well, let's be honest. All you wouldn't even need real audio. You would need, what I would need is I would need a Telnet server that is watching a read-only version of the console. Like, I would need a write-only, a read-only PTY that I could pipe screen into. Then you could connect with anything that is. Oh, hold on. I have to think about this. I would have to emulate something. I would have to emulate a terminal type that you could use in the 90s. I guess I would have to emulate a VT100, but you can run screen on the VT100. I have, in fact, done it on this YouTube channel. Puppet sucked. Yeah, well, I remember, this is a Pi 3. It's not a fast. It is not a fast machine. But it is faster. Yeah, like, look, it's definitely, now we can see that there are some spin locks, but compared to what the MacBook Pro was doing, this is quite a bit faster, although it's only running on 3 cores, it looks like. That being said, I can't imagine that OpenBSD on ARM64 is particularly well optimized. Like, it's not so much low-hanging fruit as it's the first bloom of the season. Yeah. Yeah, like, I honestly, the shit and giggles project that I have in mind, which I will be doing after I move, is I want to get out my ham radio sets. I want to do, and what I want to do is I want to be sitting in my car, and I want to be broadcast, and basically I want to be accessing the remote system over a ham link. 300 baud on, I can do it with 2 Baofangs. I have a base station which isn't in great. It was a ham special Yatsu FT8857. The only thing I've ever managed to use it here in Jersey City for is APRS, and I can't make a live stream. I thought about this. How do I make APRS interesting on a live stream? So it's why I've never done ham anything, and I've never successfully been able to get an I can't hear anything. I mean, I have access to the roof here, technically, but it's like the super here is. I know that they've been sued at least once, and the city has been by a few times. I mean, look, yeah, there it is. The Pi is literally running faster than the MacBook Pro. I mean, what did we get on the MacBook? I don't even. That's literally 10 times. Yeah, so if we look at what the MacBook, what the wrong terminal. Like, chat, there's no way that's correct and proper. It's got to be an IO benchmark. Sysbench has an like Yeah, I have Sysbench installed. So let's run the file IO test, and let's see. So what do I have to do to actually run this one? Compiled in tests. I want to run test file IO run. Let's try random read write and see what that ends up doing. Oh, wow, it actually failed. Failed to read file undefined error. The fuck? Failed to read file. Is it doing something stupid and trying to do this test somewhere it can't actually, like, use? Is it? No. I don't remember what it is. It's not strace. Oh, I have to prepare. Yeah. Thank you. Oh man, yeah. I mean, this will flush out the issues if they exist. I mean, the Pi is running on a blasted SD card. It should not be faster than this MacBook Pro. And we can run this on the host system, and we can see what it's actually doing. Like what the actual number should be. Chat, it shouldn't take this much time to write. It's trying to write 2 gigabytes of data. Look at the spin lock, chat. that is bad. That is immensely terrible. And the worst part is that when I ran it on an SMP kernel, or sorry, a non-SMP kernel, the problem went away. So we're going to have to run this on a single-threaded. I'm going to have to install generic and not generic MP, and I'm going to have to re-benchmark it in the VM because this is just bad. Yeah, let's run it. It's in F sleep for the most part. I mean, that seemed okay. Oh, let's give it some threads. Let's give it some threads. It also might be because we're in synchronous I/O mode. Alright, what are we doing? Oh, chat, look at the spin locks. There we go. It be spinning. Yeah. That is definitely spin locks. And when you're doing compilation, assuming that it's also happening on read tests, I mean... the time went up. It was 10 seconds before, now it's 20 seconds now. You know, I hate to ask where... oh, God, I put them there. I mean, that's roughly what it should be for the... yeah, let me run that again. So... let's run it on the Pi, because the Pi is at least, it's running at the speed I would expect a Raspberry Pi to run at, which at least gives me some idea of what the hell I'm doing. Well, the reason I wouldn't be seeing spin locks, because ultimately speaking, with a non-SMP kernel, it would be moot. You don't need locks if the processor physically can't run more than one thing at once. I mean, when Linux was first modified to, well, more specifically, SMP support in Linux took the initial form of the giant kernel lock. That's why you could add processors and get no actual performance benefit unless you had an application that was entirely self-contained that wasn't making kernel calls. Because it was only with the big kernel lock being broken up into little locks that the getting an actual performance boost out of a second processor started becoming viable. NT is, generally speaking, had a more refined process to it, because I actually, I gotta think about it. I assume that SMP was a design goal for NT, but I actually don't think I've ever read that as such. So maybe Microsoft just got lucky from Cutler's experience. I mean, he was at DEC for a very long time, and I'd have to assume that DEC at one point tried to put multiple VAX processors in a single machine. And I believe there were some SMP alpha boxes. You don't get any advantage for the Pi being 64-bit capable. You actually lose performance because you now are using more of your processor cache for a 64-bit pointer that doesn't have any more, and there's no way to add more memory to a Pi. Don't tell Hackaday that. It's like, I don't want someone soldering a RAM expansion onto a Pi to spite me. The Cortex A53, I mean, this was the first Cortex hardware that was 64-bit compatible that you could actually fucking buy. I remember that pretty clearly, and I bought this Pi when the Pi 4 dropped and they were unobtainium. I just wanted a little lab computer. So I bought the Pi 3 in the case for like $50, and I just keep SD cards taped to it, so I always have a lab machine if I need it. It's not as useful as I would have liked, but I think a few people have remembered that I've used the Pi on a live stream, like, because if I'm live streaming real hardware, and I've done it on the MacBook Pro, I'll have the MacBook Pro plugged into the HDMI input. I'll then have the Pi plugged into the HDMI switcher, and that just makes the whole thing a lot easier. It's basically screen but real life. Yeah. Do I see a too high I/O weight? How do I measure I/O weight? Like, I guess on Linux you have IO stat. Do I have? I don't. I presume I don't have that here. I do have that to here. Okay, so how do I use it? So it just shows me the... Okay, so this tells me what it's been... It's a running average from when the system's been turned on, but the VM's been idle for a while. Oh, D, capital D. I mean, that implies that this is not running very fast. Okay, so iostat samples. Okay. Wow, it's been a while since I did this. All right, since last display. So hold on, let's do iostat. So if I do like 10, and then we run the benchmark on the other terminal, we can, yeah. So let's do something like this. Hold on. Let's do Uno reverse card. Actually, you know what? I got a better idea than doing that. Let me do the, well, let's see what's actually happening here. Yeah, I mean, we're losing 25% of the system CPU time to spin locks. It's not as slow as I thought it would be. Well, okay. I mean, let's go and sys make clean. All right, make. Like, oh, hold on. I have since figured out how you compile OpenBSD properly, but this was my first try. Yeah, so what it was doing when I was building GCC, or when I was trying to build it earlier, is you just see the whole thing idling or spin locking. Yeah, see, I gave it J4 here. Like, it's getting stuck in wait states. And I'm not seeing that on the Pi, which is running much faster. So, it may not be a spin lock, and there may be other problems here, but at least I know that my performance problem is not completely imagined. Like, right here, you can see spin, 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 spin. And it's completely idle because we're stuck in the spin lock. With system I/O time being 50%. All right, let me just let it just compile, and I will just add this to the data points. I'm not certain. I haven't quite figured out what debugging facilities are available. At this point, I'm just trying to get an idea of what's actually happening. But if it... You know what we could do? We could set up an NFS server, and then I could try building on the NFS server. Because if it does an I/O spin lock over the network, and it shouldn't, unless the problem is higher invert I/O, that would at least start eliminating variables. I just need to figure out the easiest way to do that. Like, where can I get an NFS server? I guess I could set one up on Mac OS 10. How the... Because that way I don't even have to worry about my network. You know what? That sounds like too much effort. You know what? My desktop is still up and running. I do believe I still have... I do believe I have an OpenBSD. I know I have an OpenBSD. Let me get remote desktop client going, because I can just yeet. I can just yeet an NF share there. All right. The really shitty part about this is I'm hoping I'm remembering. I've had some problems with reverse desktop connections to that machine. There we go. That worked. Yeah, so it did, I think I did successfully build the kernel on this. Yeah, I did actually finish it at one point. So if we look at IOStat, I mean, look, 50%. We're seeing it finished a little sooner than I want. Let me make clean and then rerun that because I want to have the AF for the full thingamajig. All right, so I'm on the desktop, so I could set up. Well, let me think about this. I need to figure out what the next place to go is. I guess I should have data points of this running on the Pi, because if I have the data point of it on the Pi, it shows that this is an actual problem on the AR64 part, or in the driver, because I don't know if I know enough about how OpenBSD works to isolate this issue, but I'm sure as good hell going to give it the college try. So make J4. I want to do. Let's start that. Wait for it to start compiling. All right, and we wait for that to finish. I don't know if T out is in milliseconds or transactions. We can find out. TS just says transfers per second. There is VM stat, but I don't think there's anything. Yeah, I don't think anything there actually helps. All right, so if it's a VirtIO problem, we can rule that out pretty fast because OTM should have options for me to change the hardware, and I can make it look like a real thing. Alternatively, I could just run NFS. Yeah, let's see what it's doing on the Pi, just so we have a data point to compare it to, because I looked at the OpenBSD ARM mailing list. It does not look particularly active, so I suspect that this has never actually been benchmarked, period. Like, OpenBSD is not generally... You're not generally using OpenBSD for a compute workflow. Most people who are using OpenBSD are using pfSense. All right, so that generated all the files. So let me check out my Git repo here because I need let's start putting data in it. Because at least we can have an idea of what a known good sample looks like. Oh, I have to copy my... Let me do that in a different terminal. Just on the offhand chance. It's like, don't handle your key material directly on a live stream. It just seems like that's a smart thing to do. I think we're also going to have to do some profiling just to have it, because I profiled the VM. I also have Parallels installed. It's the free trial. I'm curious if it does the same thing. All right, so OpenBSD. So let's create OpenBSD. We also, you know what? We need to also run this. Oh, fuck. We have to actually run current. For a bug report like this, they're going to ask if the problem still occurs in current. So we're going to have to install fucking current. All right. No problem. Yeah, so that's just the D message. That's fine. Let me copy the Unix bench here. Yeah, that's fine. Let's grab let's actually run the Sysbench test. Was it on the other terminal? Like, that's a lot of spin locks. God, my brain is... It's been a long week for me, chat. It's not been a bad week, but it's been a long week. I'm actually probably going to take a break here in a little bit, just because my marbles are a little bit scattershot. Well, let me see how long I can go before I need to take a break. How long have I been... I'm coming up on an hour. Let's see if I can get a bit longer. I'm just using Streamlabs. I just have the... it's retro cool term. It's not a real CRT. I'm actually using the GL I'm using the GL accelerator on an ARM device. That was the absolute worst customer request. Trying to do anything with a goddamn GPU on ARM is like... Yeah. I have found that Ubuntu on arm64 was not horrible. It's about the performance I would expect. So, that being said, this could be a problem with the hypervisor. This could be a problem with UTM being shite. Because most of what I was doing with Ubuntu, I did the Sun OS video in an Ubuntu VM. Largely because trying to do Unix shit on Mac OS X is annoying. It's much easier to do it in a VM. That was a fair bit slower than what I would think. Well, you know, it is an SD card. I mean, read, write, told, transfer, operations permitted. But it wasn't doing the spin lock thing. So I guess that's not actually that useful. This isn't a useful test in and of itself, aside from the fact that I don't know why we're seeing so many spin locks. I mean, it's... Oh, hold on. We can... Chad, I'm having an idea. Maybe the problem isn't OpenBSD. Maybe it is actually UTM. See, we were able to build NetBSD from from ARM to VAX without a major problem. When we've tried to do the CVS conversion, it was atrociously slow. Now, granted, there's definitely an I/O problem. The FreeBSDs share genetics. Basically, code for one will generally end up for code in the other two. Because it's all license compatible, and at least in the case of OpenBSD and FreeBSD, it's a common root code base. FreeBSD was an independent port, but OpenBSD directly forked off NetBSD. I don't know. We're using VirtIO here. But VirtIO is extremely common, which is why I am question mark on why that could be a question mark on it. But it could also be a problem with UTM, and I can't rule that out. You know what? Let me fire up the NetBSD VM. Let's hold on. Let me run htop. How are we doing load wise on the host system? Yeah, I mean, OBS is going to use a lot of my processing power, but it shouldn't be... But it's not spin locking. Or it's not busy pegging it. So I can start up the NetBSD VM. I should be able to bring up... Here we go. Yeah, so let me bring up the NetBSD VM. And let's just see what Ubench says on NetBSD. It's on... What IP is this on? Come on. Okay, it's on 8. So let's disconnect there. Alright. So, can I just package add Ubench? Like... Oh, you're fucking kidding me. It's like the difference between American English and Canadian English. It's mostly intelligible right up until that second you don't... until you smash into something. Alright, let's just see what we get here, because at this point, I'm curious. I'm going to stretch my legs while that goes. See, the problem that I have with this running on you being the VirtIO driver, although it could be an ARM-specific VirtIO problem, is that I've got OpenBSD virtualized, although it's on Hyper-V on my desktop. So maybe this is actually a UTM issue. I mean, we can just install it in Parallels, and if it is a problem, then I just need to figure out I have to figure out who I filed the bug against. Did I say English? I think I meant to say Canadian English. All right, well, I am actually, like the plot thickens here. I'm finding this out with you in chat in real time. And if you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, I believe, you know, I probably should put a nagger message with a tip jar, but oh well, I'll do it by hand. There are links in the description. Well, it's like I just turned my head over and Chad is talking about English, and it's like, but there was that one scene in Austin Powers. Also, I just noticed that I say curveballs over here. It shouldn't be that. All right. 3 minutes. Long 3 minutes. It's like the 3 minutes. Alright, there's the CPU benchmark. That's quite a bit faster than OpenBSD. Like, that's a lot faster. You know what, let me open top up on the console and let me just see what it is doing. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be spinning, but it's 62% idle. They would have had to write a new VirtIO driver for the BSDs. The Linux one would have been GPLv2 as far as I know. I don't know. This is deeply interesting. I would do a video on Ultrix at some point. I actually mentioned Ultrix in the next video that's going to be dropping on June 1st. It makes a cameo as in the NetBSD one because I had to use it as a mop server. I don't know. The honest truth is I saw the Modula 2 compiler and there's also an APL compiler, so I kind of would check it out for that. Let's see here. Alright, so I have this distinct feeling that this is going to be slow. Like, because I'm looking at it on the other screen and it does not. Like, the way we saw the like, this entirely could be UTM. I'm trying to think of how I would do a diskless NetBSD thingamajig in the bootloader. It's got to be possible. I just have to think about how you actually do it. Because it should be possible to pixie boot a VM. I just have to. Oh, man, I'm really gonna have to think about that one. I have not actually done it. I haven't done it on ARM. I have done it on x86, but there is a reference stack from Intel, but I have no idea if UTM does it. Otherwise, I'd have to configure NetBSD's root file system, or the root file system, for them to do NFS root. And then I'd have to expose the NFS root from... Yeah. Alright, so Ubench... I mean, chat... It's twice. It's double that of OpenBSD, but I mean, let's just look at what the host system got. So OpenBSD is getting about a third of the IO bench performance it should be getting, and I mean, chat, that actually implies that the problem, like, Darwin historically has not been very fast. But OpenBSD in a VM is getting faster CPU but slower memory performance by about half. And OpenBSD is painfully slow. I mean... Yeah, sorry, that's a lot lower than I thought it was. That is... So this is an OpenBSD specific problem. And actually, the UTM result makes sense because there's only 4 processors. It doesn't have access to all 8 cores. Because ultimately, these are not doing compute-heavy tasks. They're doing I/O tasks. Which means, realistically, I should be running 8 threads instead of 4. But those numbers are consistent with what I would expect. That actually implies this is a NetBSD bug. Because, chat, I need you to thought... I mean, does my train of thought sound wrong, chat? I mean... My god, I'm using the rubber duck method. Well, you know what? There's an easy way to rule it out. Let's do the easy thing. Let's shut down the VMs we don't need, or So let me go into UTM and let me see if I can have it emulate hardware instead, which normally is a performance penalty, but it means it won't use the VirtIO driver. I don't know if it'll let me do that on ARM, but base KVM should be able to do that. And UTM is one of the better front ends I've ever actually used. So let me shut down the OpenBSD thing. Let's shut it down. Syncing disks, and then because it's OpenBSD, it will automatically reboot, so I have to kill the VM now. All right, force stop, and edit. So we have VirtIO drive, interface. I can attach it IDE, SCSI, MTM, PC Flash, MV. Let's do NVMe as the emulated. So if we do that, let's save it, and then let's start the VM back up. Does it boot? It does boot. Here. It's mounting root file systems. I just got PF enabled on the console. Starting network. Reordering. God, it is slow. Well, we know the spin locks are not happening on the Pi. So if I can find a hypervisor configuration where it worked, where the spin locks go away, we know what the problem is. We could also full emulate an ARM64 system, which I really don't want to do, but I could emulate a Raspberry Pi 4 in full CPU, which means that it would at least... We would only be able to see if the spin locks are actually occurring. But let's take a look here. So if we demessage now... Yeah, see, now we're connected via UMass. We're no longer connected via VirtIO. And if we check here... Yeah, look, the VirtIO console, storage device is gone. Because if we look at the old demessage, because I've been keeping my notes here. Yeah, let's go to profiling. So... I need to put the one... Let me just create a new folder here. OpenBSD. Okay. So let me get these all on Git so people can look at them. Not that I think anyone's actually going to, but it keeps me on track. Let's see what we get for a benchmark. I don't think it's a problem with virtualization framework, but I mean, for anything on Apple, it's going to have to... Anything on Apple Silicon, it has to use virtualization framework. But if it was a problem in virtualization framework, we would see it on all operating systems. NetBSD is getting the performance I would expect, given that it has 4 cores allocated to it, versus the laughably slow performance of OpenBSD on this system. All right, I'm going to just keep stretching my legs because I was driving a lot yesterday, so I'm still kind of cramped up. still going. Alright. I mean, it's entirely yeah, I could... The whole thing would be explained by a single spin lock in a bad place in Vert.io. I'm going to have to sit and look at the driver, but let's see if this has any significant difference. I mean, the Ubench CPU looks faster, but I don't know if that has any actual meaning. Because it shouldn't be touching network. It shouldn't be touching... The storage is no longer Vert.io. It's not... Display and TTY shouldn't matter unless something in those drivers are causing spins, which is entirely possible. It could be spin locking due to something unrelated to the I/O subsystem, but I don't know if I can get UTM in such a way that it wouldn't be Vert.io. I assume Parallels would use Vert.io. If you want to really know stuff about OS design, the theory would help. Oh, what the hell is the name of that book? There's the osdev.org wiki, which is a different place to start. Knowledge of C helps, but it is possible to write stuff in other places. Like, I would start with OS Dev. The canonical book is, I mean, it covers basically the everything, but if you can get to the point that you could read the source code of a training operating system like Minix, especially old Minix or old Unix, and at least be able to understand it, because a lot of running an operating system is more theory than actual coding, because you have to know, like, implementing a very simple scheduler is not terribly difficult, but you need to know what a scheduler is to be able to do it. Alright, so this is taking its sweet time. Ugh. I'm wondering what it's actually going to be. Well, that's no better. Like, that is literally no better. Let me look at the bus. Hold on, let's look at D-message. Let me see how Humpty Dumpty is put together. Nothing here is jumping out at me. I have to actually think about this, because that implies this is not Vert.io. So I need to now think about... I need to think about where I go from here. I might be able to get OpenBSD running in KVM under the Pi, but that's not a guarantee. I've never successfully gotten it to work. But I think trying it under Parallels is the next logical step, because if it happens under Parallels, then the problem is not hypervisor related, or more specifically, it's a problem in Virtualization Framework or OpenBSD. But at least we know it's not a UTM specific bug. So let me actually shut UTM down entirely, and let's install it in Parallels. All right. The console is. I will switch the VM view over, but let me get the VM set up, because I only installed Parallels. I did not pre-game a VM. I probably should have, but I didn't think about it, and it's easier for me just to do it this way. All right, so all right, Parallels desktop, free trial. I don't want to install Windows. I want to choose manually. Okay, install 05. Hardware. Bear with me. I'm just setting up Parallels right now. All right. There we go. There we go. Fire it up. And yeah, it wants me to create a Parallels account, because I'm on the free trial. So I have to get into my password ring. Come on. Didn't I already... Hold on. I gotta figure out where I put the account. So, because I thought I had to make an account to... I guess not. Fine. You know what? I'm just gonna be lazy. I'll log in with my Apple account. Because, I mean, realistically speaking, Parallels is Apple-only specific software. I don't actually care. Shit. I gotta find my phone. There we go. And now I can now allow... Yeah, here it is. Remember when you just, things just works like... Alright, okay, there we go, signing in. Yeah. It's fine. Don't allow it to use the microphone. Okay, cool. It is actually booting up in Parallels. Let me set the scene so we can watch the install together. All right. Let me duplicate my existing scene. Well, that didn't work. Here we go, OpenBSD. And then I just need to resize it. More specifically, actually, no, I'm going to have to do this on the other mod. No, hold on, I can be smart about this. Alright, can I have my mouse back, please? That would be nice. There we go. Alright, cool. Yeah, I saw that double. That was taken up on the Dalton Highway in Alaska. Okay, so we now have this installed in... We now have this in UTM. So let's just... what are we going to call this chat? Okay. There we go. Nothing to do now but wait for it to install, and then after that, I just realized the background music has been very soft. And then we'll run ubench, because if it's slow here, then at least we've now eliminated more factors. Because then the next thing I would probably try after that is just stock Cume and see if OpenBSD go fast. That being said, I have this feeling that this is not going to be faster. Let me make sure OTM is actually closed. Yeah, like let me completely close out of it. Yep, and now it's closed. Oh, the drive down? Yeah, the drive down was fine. It was just long. It was extremely long, and it's like... Okay, that's done. So now it's relinking. I can't tell if this is faster or not. It seems faster, though. Alright, cool. OpenBSD installed. You know, I just noticed it's not using VirtIO. At least that didn't look like VirtIO to me. That looked like... I'm gonna have to look at the D message. All right, let's take a look at the D message. Do we only have 2 CPU cores allocated? Yeah, we only have 2 allocated. I'll have to change that. Okay, no, it is VirtIO. Parallels VCMI. But it's using vSCSI. vSCSI at root. Soft raise as root. SCSI bus 32 targets. Yeah, SCSI bus 0, OpenBSD 0, SSD. So Parallels is exposing this as a you know, I'm just gonna do Ubench as is, because if it's 6 digits, that means it's not having problems. Because at this point, I want to have a result that makes sense. Actually, you know what? Let me just increase the number of cores. Let's make it at least a consistent data set. Okay, so that's 4. And go. Continue trial. Honestly, if this works, I'll probably just buy Parallels. I had a license for it a long time ago. It's unlikely I can recover it, but I don't think it's that expensive. And I really don't want to buy VMware given Broadcom. Okay. I have worked with their Wicked platform, which I forgot who they bought it from. I don't think it was Freescale. Like, as far as vendors go, I don't like. Like, there is nothing good to say about the Broadcom ecosystem. No, VMware is not. I can't use it for commercial. I explicitly would not be able to use it on YouTube without the commercial license. It wouldn't be... I can't call that personal use because this is technically my job, and I don't even want to be using VMware if I can avoid it. I haven't particularly... I like their ESX product when I maintained it on a client site, but I have historically not liked their desktop offerings. I've always used something else. Yeah. Yeah, I think parallels might be the way to go. I would like to stay on UTM. If nothing else, I prefer the free and open source solution, but this still feels like an OpenBSD bug to me. Like this just screams bug. Yeah. All right. It's like, of all the issues I thought I would run into, but this was not one of them. Oh, chat, that don't look right. That don't look right at all. 0. I I I'm just kind of sitting here like, what? I'm gonna, I just realized I just made a fresh tea pressure and I didn't get it. I'm just going to kind of. All right, I have fresh tea. I just, Chad, I'm gonna be really unhappy if it's 0 and 0. it's done. Oh, chat, look, that's an actual good... That is an actual good result. Look, the IO benchmark is roughly where the mem benchmark, the IO benchmark. I didn't run in screen because I forgot. Let me just make sure I guess screenshot that. And now my mouse cursor is stuck. There we go. Yeah, so realistically speaking, that's consistent with what we should be seeing, what we saw with NetBSD. Like, NetBSD had faster CPU mem stuff, but OpenBSD does stuff like giving up performance for security. So the score is going to be lower. Zero is bogus. Zero is bogus, but the mem benchmark is all we care about right now. Because mem is also counting IO. And it was to give you... Hold on, let me make sure that I'm not talking out my ass. Did I not put it? I didn't actually put the files in. I have to load up that VM again. But it was like a 4-digit number, chat, wasn't it? Well, this is why you write it down. Alright, I'm starting up the UTM VM in the other, at the moment. Still booting up. Like, I'm not sure what to make of this. That looks consistent with what we got in NetBSD. Still waiting for the UTM VM to start up. I'm just making sure all the stuff makes it on GitHub, just so I can keep track of this, because I'm probably going to have to sit and stare at this for a while before I actually get anything. So the Ubench result, yeah, when we were getting 7,7899. So it's getting exactly what I would expect it to get if the virtualization was working correctly. I'm looking at the D message right now. I want to see if there's something else I can actually test. Yeah, I don't think this is virt.io. I think I'm going to revise my conclusion. I don't think this is virt.io. Something is causing an interrupt storm. Well, to understand my logic here, you'd have to have looked at the gprof results, because nothing stood out at me immediately, because we're looking at a spin lock. I saw a lot of time in spin, but more realistically, the other CPUs are not even being scheduled because they're all waiting to do something. Let me catch up with chat and see what chat's been saying. We're trying Parallels right now just to see if it's got the same performance as UTM. I haven't. I may purchase it. I haven't decided as of yet. So Parallels doesn't have the I/O problem, although obviously there are problems here. Let me look at the D message. Like, let's figure out what we can eliminate as variables. Like, what could possibly be causing this? More so, you know what? Hold on. Let me actually let's bring up the console again, because at this point, I got the answer I was looking for. It is specific to UTM, but it's still possible it's a bug in OpenBSD. I just need to figure out why. Because if it's a KVM bug, it may also happen on the Pi under Linux. I have never tried to run KVM on a Pi. In theory, I believe a Cortex A53 should be able to do it. It's not going to be impressive, but it should be able to do it. I would actually have to check the D message. Alright, let me fix my scenes for the moment. So when I looked at the gprof, I could see that most of the CPU time was spent idle. And then one of the next major ones is it was being stuck in a spin lock. Like, these are all the different ways it gets to this function, and then it all ends up here at MTX enter, and then bang. And we can see that while it's trying to spin lock the kernel, like, it's using like 20% of its processing power to get this blasted spin lock. But it's not telling me where it's doing this. Or actually, hold on. Yes, it is. Sorry, it does tell me. It tells me it's coming from the AMP in C stuff. But why is it doing that and not elsewhere? Like, I feel like I almost need to put a profiling kernel in Parallels and then rerun this and figure out what it's doing wrong. Like, some of the other things that I saw in here is it's spending a lot of time servicing interrupts. But I don't know what normal looks like. Like, here it's using 31 and 22% of time to handle EL0 sync and UData abort fetches. But I don't know what is normal for OpenBSD. And frankly, it was so long ago the last time I benchmarked Linux that I can't remember offhand. But 31% of spending time doing cache misses doesn't sound completely outrageous if it's a spin lock problem, because this was on a cold start. The caches were cold. When I took the spin data, it basically was a cold system building the OpenBSD source tree. I am legitimately thinking of what to do next. I think I want to run the profiler on either the Pi or on the Parallels VM. Yeah, that's what I want to do. All right, so what is the easiest way to actually do that? I guess I can just run profiling and then have it run the ubench test mark and then turn it off. That should actually work just fine. All right. If that is what we are going to do, and then I can rerun this on the same exact test load, so it gives me an idea of what is actually going on. All right. So if we're going to do that, can I SSH? How are you connected to the network, Mr. Parallels VM? Yeah, you're not in a way. Let me see here. Can I reconnect you in a way that like is not stupid and I can actually SSH to? Because I'm going to now have to do work on this VM, which I was hoping I didn't have to, but well, whatever. Yeah, actually, you know, I can do this directly on the console. You know what? Hold on. I don't need to overcomplicate my life. But if I could SSH, it would be nice. So let's just see if we can manage that. So let me look at network. Keeps suspending. I don't want it to suspend. I need to see, like, OpenBSD, it doesn't shut down the VM. It just spins it. And here, man. Nope, no snapshots. I don't want to resume it. I just want to abort it. I remember when software like lets you do stuff as a power user. There it is. Stop. All right, network. Yeah, I can bridge it. Yeah, if I do a bridged network, it should work fine. All right, let's see if that works. All right, I'll switch the view over as soon as I have like working networking, because if I could just SSH into it, it's less annoying. Yeah, and I mean, VMware was annoying in different ways when I've used it in the past. Like, it only wants to run modern operating systems, and fuck you if you have backwards compatibility issues. Like, I've had some really weird shit with it. Although, interestingly, it actually gave me an IP address on my public network, which I didn't expect it to do, because .2 is the Wi-Fi. Alright. Oh, I have to add a user. Hold on. Because I didn't add one during install. Right, I need to set a password. Interesting. You can actually use a lowercase password in the installer, but you can't do it when you run the passwd command. Fascinating. All right. So we are now here. I need to install the profiling kernel. So the profiling kernel is... I need to copy it from the VM. Because the stock BSD kernel does not have profiling enabled by default. And this is... yeah, that's a profiling build. So SCP BSD... Oh, right. For reasons not... I don't understand. You can't just, like... The kernel is... When I did the profiling earlier, the kernel on NetBSD is... Well, I guess I didn't do /BSD, but I discovered it's read-only by default for reasons I do not know. But this was the kernel I used here, so I already know the permissions are good. Oh, wow. That was performance with a capital P. All right, do I have it here? Yes, I do. I said I wanted it to be in wheel. Oh, right. That's not how that works. That's the other way around. Alright. So now we let that reboot. You know, I should probably test current as well. Because if current is fine, why am I doing this? Can I make a snapshot of the UTM image? I'm really hoping I can do that. Like, I've got to be able to make snapshots. I can clone it. All right, look, we've already come this far. Let's do the profiling, and then we'll test it. Just because I... All right. Yeah, so now we're on profiling build. Let me see if I can remember how you do this. Yeah, so now we have to turn it... We have to go sudo... Okay, kernel profile is running. And so let me run ubench. And now we wait. I'm hoping this... I mean, this should be at least an idea of what it's supposed to look like. I am really curious on what we're going to see in the kernel profiling. Like, I am actually curious what's there. Hey, look, the CPU benchmark worked that time. I mean, this is proving to be a somewhat... This was not the project I expected to do, but it's proving to be a fascinating debug session. It takes its sweet time. We got the cross-compiling done if, yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of... I don't know. It's like at some point I'm hoping to be able to either get the channel up to the point that I could live off the income, or at least be less worried about money, because realistically I have a lot of room. I could grow the channel. All right, let's stop profiling. I think it's R. No, it's running. Okay, so we want to halt the data collection. And now, how do we get the data back out? Oh, God damn it. I did -R. I'm. All right. So we want to reset the buffers, UTM bench, and then we want to print them out to file. Oh, no. That's not what I want you to do. Okay, profile's running. Alright, now we just gotta wait for that to run again. Let's see what's going on elsewhere in the internet. Alright, so nothing, no messages for me on Discord. Well, I had a brief one. Someone had a question about next steps. So, what's going on in the world today? And having opened CNN, I am just going to close CNN and just move on with my life. God, I've made a major effort to basically try and purge, to break listening to the new, doom scrolling 24 and 7, 7. It's like, I can't do anything about what's going on in the Middle East. I can't do anything about the election that's upcoming aside from voting. It's like, why do I have to make my life shittier by just doom scrolling? So. Yeah, the problem with I don't know if the RT enablement made it into the mainline kernel. It probably did, all things considered. But with ARM devices, actually no. In that case, it probably would work with the mainline because Microsoft, unlike many ARM OEMs, was sane and shipped UEFI and ACPI. They in fact did so well before it was standardized. So it should, in theory, just work. Yeah, you find into the fact of the matter is it took quite a few decades for the code to really become mature. Like you find all sorts of fascinating edge cases or places where the standard has become looser over time. Like yep, all right. So there's the CPU bench number. So now we just have to wait for the memory test. So at least now we have a solution. If not, I would like to know what's actually wrong with it. Excuse me. Yeah, but I mean, realistically speaking, most vendors for many, many decades only did enough ACPI for Linux. On x86, the Linux kernel declares, I don't know if they've moved it recently, but for many years it used to declare itself as Windows 2000. I think it's 2008 these days, but don't quote me on that. See, that's the problem with device tree. I mean, you're essentially duplicating effort. Device tree was a lot of device tree was a large number of people who really didn't want to adopt ACPI. The solution on how you boot on ARM has been this long and ugly pile of stupid that will not die. I mean, look, the Raspberry Pi still ships U-boot out of the box. I really think that says it all. And I believe, and the odds are, I mean, at its heart, the Pi is... I assume that the U-boot that the Raspberry Pi ships actually comes from Broadcom, because Broadcom would have had to ship the source code to it. And when you're building a device like the Pi, you really don't want to go off the vendor manufacturers, because essentially the Pi is... It's basically just a basic evaluation board. It's just as cheap as you can make one. Oh, it doesn't... Oh, no, you're right, you're right, you're right. That's what they do with Raspbian. When you install OpenBSD, it boots... They boot U-boot into OpenBSD. That's what the install.image does for the Pi. Yeah. So... Alright, so hopefully now we have profiling. Hey, we have profiling data. Cool. Alright, so now we should be able to run gprof. Alright, let me grab the kernel. So we could do BSD prof. And do we have... Hey, yeah, we have good data. Cool. All right, so this is what a system is supposed to look like. Okay, so let's all right, so we have that. We should probably get a clean profile of it running Ubench on UTM, Because ultimately, I do want to get this fixed. It's something that definitely should be fixed, because I like free and open source software, working on free and open source software, even if it's a proprietary operating system. And realistically, this does still look like an OpenBSD bug to me, given that NetBSD does not exhibit the same behavior. So, all right, let's get out of this video. Let me fix the... Oh, no. All right, typing ls into Streamlabs does not do what you think it would do. It does not help. Can I actually read these files, or these like root only? Yeah, no, I can read these. Okay, cool. So let's throw those in the directory. And you know what? Let's grab a D message here. I should also, yeah, hold on. Let me, fuck, I'm gonna have to run the benchmark one more time. Fuck it. It's fine. This is fine. This is all fine. Let me get my results together. Like, I don't want to go completely crazy. And you bench. On the plus side, we're going to have a really good bug report. So, U-boot EFI has largely become the de facto standard, but I mean, the fact that the Pi still does not... I mean, you can install U-boot on a Pi, but the idea of a plug-and-play operating system is still kind of out of reach, because you still have to have the binary blob for the goddamn Pi. I mean, look at the hardware support list for the BSDs, and you see how bad the situation actually looks. The actual list of devices that work on the Linux kernel unmodified is dramatically larger, but how often are you able to just use a generic kernel? Question mark? I mean, this is something that has worked on IBM PCs since the 1980s, where you could have generic operating systems that just kind of work because your BIOS is not... It's probably my biggest fucking headache with the ARMv7 application not the ARMv7, the AR64 application profile. I can understand why they didn't do it for 32-bit, because UEFI came very late in that platform's life. I mean, and 32-bit ARM isn't dead. It's just... It's heading for embedded devices more than anything else. Well, the problem isn't just the Raspberry Pi, it's the whole damn ecosystem. The Pi makes it easy that you can at least, you know, you don't have to flash weird things in the end, you know, in the EEPROM to make it work. Like, it gets a fuck ton worse. I mean, look at if you want to see true horror, look in the flash-kernel package on Ubuntu, which is the magic little shell script that handles Ubuntu's kernel installation step in the installer, in the netboot installer, and other places. Like, it's bad. It's really bad. I mean, the problem is that the vendors don't want to support EDK. I mean, as far as, and it's reasonable. For Intel controls the code base, as I don't know how hard it is to push upstream. Linaro, for a time, maintained their own tree, but I haven't heard any news in that for a long time. And realistically, vendors are making one-off solutions for their own products, so there's no real incentive to use EDK. And if you're going to do that, you could realistically just it sucks. Like, it really sucks. I mean, and what really pisses me off is that of all companies, Apple was the one that actually shipped a fucking usable ARM64 product. Like, this is a point of contention for me, just because I was doing this literally a decade ago, and it's kind of that's part of why I ran Ubuntu for so long. I was still running it out of inertia for I'm running in Canonical, although I've run Linux on the desktop for almost a decade. I only recently jumped ship. Yeah, but there was even just getting SBSA drafted was a problem. There was industry pushback. The way I can describe it, I was in part of the room where it happened. Like, I specifically went to UEFI 4 meetings talking about this. Is that by and large, this is not a problem the vendors care about, because customers, and when I say customers here, I am talking about the people who are buying the damn socks. They don't care about it. More realistically speaking, the promise of hyperscale ARM has yet to actually materialize. It has largely been hype. So the main use of ARM processors are embedded devices and Apple is consistent within their own ecosystem. They use iBoot. And Apple is not a dick, and they make it possible for you to run other operating systems on their laptop. Yeah, it started life as Acorn. Then Acorn, it was Acorn, then Acorn RISC Machines, then it became ARM RISC Machines. Then SoftBank bought them, but there was antitrust concerns because it was a British company leaving the UK. And I forget who has them these days. Like, it's changed hands quite a few times. And realistically speaking, management at ARM doesn't seem to see the current problem. As best I can tell, they don't see the current status quo as a problem. I mean, I'm saying, like, now, even in current year, they weren't, and I'm saying this 6 years after the fact of when I was working on this professionally. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, good. That's finished. Okay. An excellent chef. Slow 50 down, 10 up DSL connection. It's probably the upstream server. If speed test, check speedtest.net or another website, see what your bandwidth looks like. All right, let's see what Ubench says. Yeah, okay, so we have that. Wow, that just dumps a whole bunch of noise on the console, don't it? All right, well, that's fine. Is there anything else we want here? Demessage ubench. I don't think so. I mean, it's all the same kernel, so... I think I should replace the 00 case with... You know, I should replace the case in 00 just so it's consistent. So we have a... What was the command I ran? So we're on. This is Git Maker, so we can just run it here. Oop. Okay. I mean, at least it's going to be a good, you know, you know, it's like, hey, I'm learning. All right, so... All right, so let's get it running on... Wow, that was slow to make that. Let's get the profiling built. Let's like get all the profiles to be consistent with each other. Also, I should get IO stat for the parallels one just to continue showing the problem. Yeah, it's... MTUs are not... is also another place to look, but there are test tools that can help you figure that out and isolate it. I'm currently thinking of what else I should be testing, because I'm still... ... question mark on where I go next. I think, you know what? I think what we have to do next is we have to test current. Yep, that's still going. All right. Oh. Yeah, we should actually run iostat. Run iostat in parallels, but we should also test it on current. Oh, well, you know what? Ubench is good enough. I don't actually need to do... I don't think we need to do more than that. Sorry if I'm being quiet. I don't know what to say right now. I think I built current on the Pi. In fact, I'm actually pretty sure I built current. I don't think it was 7.5, but we may have to compile current, but we can upgrade to the latest snapshot first and then test it that way. Like, I think I prefer to stay on stable if I have the choice, but... Yeah, MIPS is so firmly entrenched in networking that I can't see it going anytime soon. Cisco... That being said, I wonder how much the being able to be in Big Endian helps. Although I do believe arch64 Big Endian is actually a thing. I just don't know anyone who actually does it, but I do believe you can do it. There is the swap instruction as well, so there is ISA level support for byte swaps, which help. God, that is slow. That is properly slow. All right, let's just get the BSD. How big? Just how big are these files? Oh, they're not that big. Hold on. Git add. Man, that's slow. Like, even the network performance is slow. But it does work. I guess they only store 60 seconds of data. I guess that makes sense. But yeah, it's exactly the same result as before. It's mostly spin locked. Alright, so that's there. Now what? I'm legitimately thinking what to do next. Do I want to test current? Do I want to test more configurations? Shit. I just realized that what I did was not valid. Hold on. Git NV, because this isn't the same config. Yeah, it probably doesn't matter. It's not the same config. Yeah, hold on. I think, is it reset if I want to go to a specific revision? I need my Git cheat sheet. Okay, that's that taken care of. I think we have to test current. I probably should have done that right at the start, but we should test current. Which means I think I'm going to make a clone of this VM. Unfortunately, I can't snapshot it, so... and then we'll install the current one, and then we'll just see what Ubench says. Alright, so what do I do next? So I want to clone. Yeah, I want to do a clone. Alright, so now I can now have this one be the 721, and then the other one can be current, the one we're currently in. Alright, so I believe I have to do sys upgrade if I want. Okay, so it's sys upgrade s. So sudo and there we go. That is slow compared to what it was under Parallels. Nothing to do but wait, unfortunately. The system and enterprise engineering is, yeah. I did creak over 40K a few weeks, last week. And I'm trying to basically squeeze in live streaming wherever I can. I probably will be able to live stream tomorrow. Tuesday, probably not. Thanks, Retro Gaming Comp. That is awesome. And thank you for your first super chat on the stream. And as a reminder, if you like and enjoy this content, please subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, consider becoming a Patreon where I post additional content. I will start being dual streaming on Twitch in the somewhat near future. I really just don't have the energy to do anything else with the channel right now. I mean, hell, I'm being lazy about my thumbnails, but I'm just trying to get content going I'm trying to keep content moving relatively regularly because I was really unhappy the fact that the channel basically sat fallow for 6 months while I was dealing with everything last summer. And I can at least try and just do streams as I find time available. Like, instead of making it a bigger production than I have been. And I'm getting more comfortable with live streaming and basically talking about what's going on in my life in the background. So, while that goes... Yeah, this is just going to download and install. We're just going to have to wait for it. Like, we saw how fast this installed on Parallels. Like, that is just... It does at least tell me that it's not an EL1 problem. I just really wish we had more ideas of what happens next. Oh, man, and my allergies be like... Oh, and, I guess the next part happens on the console? Yeah, it probably makes actual sense. Let me... Oh, nope, that... Oh, come on. Move. There we go. I've never seen OpenBSD upgrade before, so this is kind of cool to watch. Like, I have to admit that this trip into BSD land has been extremely nice. Like, compared to System 5, I really find that the BSDs have a level of cohesion that is not there on Solaris or AIX. Like, NetBSD so far has been... I still think I prefer NetBSD over OpenBSD, but realistically, they're cut from the same cloth, let's put it like that. It's a matter of preference as a user. I think OpenBSD is probably, if you're going to use one as a daily driver or as a work system, OpenBSD is probably better unless you need PF. But realistically, it's a matter of taste, because OpenBSD does a lot of stuff that causes existing software not to work. NetBSD, I still feel like it's like the most direct continuation of the original AT&T. Like, it's basically the AT&T not the AT, the original BSD releases when they were still an actual Unix. Because the problem is I'm going to have to compile current. That's the part I really don't want to do. But I could do it on the Pi. Yeah, I think I actually compiled current on the Pi. At least the current kernel. Because I would need to... but if Ubench is slow here, then it likely is still a problem. I need to spend some time in FreeBSD land, because people tell me it's probably the nicest of the three. Like, I've heard a lot of people like it, but the experience I've had with FreeBSD when I've tried it in the past is it has more of the pain points of Linux than I found of FreeBSD, or of the BSDs. But, okay, so yeah, that's booting up. Well, a lot of it is because the core system isn't changing on you. It's basically been unchanged for, in all of them. I don't find I have a distinct... I don't have to go out of my way to get rid of shit I don't need, for one. On top of that, it's able to be built from a unified build system, so if I actually have to reach into the core code, I can do something. It all uses Unix-based permissions. I don't have to worry about more complex things. I don't have to worry about functionality that I'm not using and do not need, like SC Linux or AppArmor, being in the way when it realistically wouldn't help me. Like, I've had so many problems with distro packages in the past that like, I understand why vendors ship their own versions of Apache. I mean, these days it's much more common for web applications to use like something like Twisted, when back in the day it used to be part of a hosted process inside of Apache. All right, that's up and running. Now, maybe it's because we just live in an era where the technology is fast enough that we can reasonably do that. Like, the idea of having a, Twisted Wizard, why could I not change the view? Was I on the wrong view the entire time? I don't think I was. All right. Let's see what this is actually doing as far as performance. So yeah, so we're now on generic.mp47. Well, my only interest in OpenBSD is I kind of want to get my hands dirty with doing low-level system development. one of the personal goals I've set is I've always wanted to port an operating system. And I think the long-term goal is actually going to be getting Darwin running on a Motorola 680XO, but that's an incredibly ambitious goal. So I want to get back my familiarity working with low system programming. I haven't done this in about 7 years. The last time I was this close to this low in the stack, I was actually lower in the stack. I've done ports of Tiano Core in the past, so I'm not completely out of my wheelhouse. But I was working. I both had my coworkers to help me, and I had access to company representatives. There's no one alive who does support on VAX, at least. So I've got to see what and realistically, when I get to the next station, I'm going to be working with even less. The only code I have for reference legally is Next Step's Next 68K port. The source code to some of the early versions of Mach for Next Step has leaked over the years. It was actually officially published, so that may be what it is. But getting XNU going on macOS 10, XNU and Darwin going, I'd probably do 10.4 because that was still GCC based. This is a MacBook Pro retro gaming comp. It's an M2. Yeah, I've heard that FreeBSD's dev community is pretty good. OpenBSD, at least people responded to my email. I haven't seen any action on the PR, but I also can't imagine that anyone is... I have to imagine that the bugs only get looked at every once in a while, and more realistically, if I'm going to do stuff on NetBSD VAX, I probably should run the ATF test suite, and I probably will, because that's... Sometime next week, I'm going to be away from keyboard for at least 5 days. I will not be able to live stream, period. So Black Coffee Drinker has a mini netbook in the cloud with the VAX. So I might as well run ATF in SimH, and I should run it on real hardware. And I can just let it go as a 24-hour live stream. Because, frankly, even I'm going to have to keep an eye on it, so that makes my life a lot easier. I mean, I gotta be honest, I am really coming to appreciate simple console life, because this is how the last several live streams have been, is the computer programmer's Yule log is a fake CRT on a LCD. So, I mean, I assume that there were 16:9 CRTs made, but I've never owned or seen one. I've seen plasmas that were 16:9, but but CRTs were basically meh. And like, I honestly don't get I honestly don't understand the. I lived in more than one place where people had, like, so massive TVs, and then the panel would just degrade after a year. Like, every plasma TV I've ever seen, it seems like less than a year after purchase, it's shit. And so many people spent so much on that TV that they're still using them today. Like, then again, you know, I don't live in a household where... By and large, I haven't been a huge TV watcher in like 15 years now, so... I enjoy watching, you know, I will note that I reduced the latency on the stream. I set it to normal latency because a lot of people were saying that it was choppy last time, and it does seem like I'm not getting complaints of choppiness on this stream. So the question is this still fucking 8,000? Because I'm going to be really annoyed if it is. Well, no, actually I won't be annoyed because at least we know that it's the same goddamn bug. God, why am I don't have any of those. Why am I being all congested right now? Oh, wait, are these mints? Nope. Empty tin of mints. I played myself. Oh, wait. I've got Altoids. I remember buying these specifically for this problem. Let there be wintergreen mints and my sinuses open. I'll have 2 for good measure. Well, you know, chat, it's less horrible. It's 9,000. It's over 9,000, chat. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. So it's less terrible, but that's still not what I should be seeing. Or at least I don't think that's what I should be seeing. Like, it is faster. I don't think there's a point in profiling it, though. Alright, so... I am actually thinking about... Let's take a look at the profiling results, because the profiling results that we saw here seems less terrible. Alright, so... Right, that's not what I need to do. So, what exactly are we spin locking on? You know, let's just look at what it actually looks like. Like, let's actually look at our data and see if we can come to any good conclusions about it. So it's been half of the test run in schedule idle, but again, it's Ubench. I mean, what I suspect has been happening is there's a problem with the... Here. This was something I saw when I was looking at it earlier, was this amp int c IRQ handler. Okay, so now that's about the same here. So most of the... Let's see where we are, like... So we have this EL0 sync function that keeps getting called. Yeah, like, that's an order of magnitude difference. Here, we're losing 31% of our processor time in handle EL sync. Alright, so this should be roughly the same workflow. Yeah, and look, the amount of uabort calls is about the same. Or, well, no, it's about twice that. But if it's spin locking, yeah. So we're definitely spin locking somewhere where definitely shouldn't be spin locking. So let's keep looking. So we get here through MTX enter. Yeah, so where is MTX enter? So it's 7. We get there through PMAP enter. That can't be the only way we're getting to this function. It's gotta be in other places. Yeah, we get here through AMP advanced. I gotta pull the code up on my Sorry, I'm just looking at chat here. Yeah, I saw that Adrian put the video up. I haven't watched it yet. I don't like doing I'm debating if we should watch that video together on stream. The problem is that if I watch it on stream, I'm kind of taking his ad revenue. And I kind of feel like a dick about that. But he's also a larger channel than I am. And I know him. I've talked with him a few times before. I've even met him in real life at VCF. You know, when I take a break, we'll watch a little bit of it. Or I'll watch it and react to it. Like, what exactly is it spin locking? It's gotta be, so this AMP in C raise, it's almost like this is running on a different time scale. In fact, that almost... I mean, look, over here, it's 1.5... No, that's about right. I mean, we're basically, that's the interrupt programmable timer. And here's the SPL raise here. No, that can't be the problem, because on this data set, we're calling it a lot... On the good data set, we're calling it a lot less. It's a lot less of a processing time. Or... I've got to trade... We've got to be... It's got to be... Something's got to be... I think something's spamming an interrupt. I mean... Handle ICQ1 interrupt. It's also doing a lot less... shit here. Alright, let me just look at this and see, like... How often are we hitting ARM CPU ICQ interrupts? You know what? I need to have this in separate windows. Like, why am I doing this, like, to myself? Actually, you know what? I'm going to take that a step further. I'm going to... Let's split the screen. That's not quite what I wanted. Alright. It's Control X. Nope. Uh-oh. Crap. Is it my system password? What did I do? Oh, that's fucking brilliant. That is fucking brilliant. I think I locked up the screen, and I don't know how I did it. Ugh. Boom, headshot. So it's not letting me do a vertical split, but you know what, I can just open 2 sessions and we can look back at it. So what are we doing so much here that's just fucking sucking up every bit of life out of this processor? So here's the handle interrupts. No, we are handling it looks like we're handling less interrupts under parallels. Although there is a lot of spontaneous ones. Hold on. Yeah, look, chat, we are actually getting spontaneous ones. We are getting... Nope, that is about what I would expect. What's going on here with the clock? I'm sorry that I'm not talking. I'm really trying to have to look at this and try and find the differences. So this is basically everything that's trying to get cycle 1 as a whole. We're mostly spending most of our time in MTX enter. So is that true on... Yeah, like, that's a lot less. We should be seeing half the time that we're spending in spin lock, if not more. There's got to be a better way to debug this. I'm probably going to have to look in the kernel source code more. Like, I am... Because it's not reporting what it's entering MTX as. We're just spending a lot of time there. Although it's telling me it's on call graph 7. So... yeah, so this is basically... okay, here we go. This is where everything's coming into MTX enter. So something here is... what's 82? No, that's not... it basically goes in... I need to confirm that this doesn't happen on a well, would I see the problem on on a single threaded kernel? That's what I'm currently debating. The fundamental problem is that it's 4 processor cores that are basically spinning on their asses. Let me look at the other ones and see if I can get any more hints to as what it's actually fucking doing. Because this one's spending 75% of its time idle. And when it does do shit... I mean, we're spending a lot of time in handle EO0 sync, do EO0 sync, and then that pops out here with the vast majority... UData abort would be it's doing a cache mess. Okay, so where's UData abort going to? See, that's not spinning the processor anywhere. So I'm not... because we're currently looking at, yeah, like, it's roughly consistent between all processors. It's just spinning because it can't do anything useful. Although, if it's spinning... Hold on. The interrupts should be largely only handled... No, interrupts can be handled by all processors. It's smarter than that. It's not like x86, which has to do trickery to make that work. I think I need to run an SMP kernel. Sorry, a non-profiling kernel. Yeah, I think I have to do that. All right. I have it pre-built on the Pi. I just have to find where I put it there. I did build this. I just don't remember where the build directory is. There it is. No, unfortunately, it's something that's to be built into the kernel, and this is lack of familiarity of the code base showing there's probably ways to do it, but I haven't found the right document. I would have to look at the spinlock code, and right now I don't know for a fact that's actually the problem. Like, This is me learning. All right, let's just do that. So let's see what it does with current profiling, and we're just going to run ubench again and see what comes out. Basically, we're trying different scenarios to see what influences the everything. Okay, it's currently booting up. It's not a matter of detecting spin locks, it's knowing what's holding the spin lock. Because it's telling me that we're in MTX, but I can't figure out what is where we're actually getting into it. And currently there's too much noise to make it useful. Hopefully I can get a hint running it like this, because now we've made some progress in isolating it. Like, I at least now understand what I'm looking at. So let me... Alright. Yeah, let's just run ubench. And because this will be a lower result, but it'll give me some idea of where we're currently going. I'm also going to run this on parallels. Alright, I'm back. I think we're going to have to do this on... I think we're going to have to upgrade parallels to syscurrent, unfortunately. And gain additional data points. Yeah, I'm a little bit... I don't know how late I'm going to actually stream tonight. I'm still recovering over what has been a fairly long, and it's not been miserable, but I feel incredibly dead from it. Week. Like I said, I had a lot of stuff I had to do for the move, which was both mentally and physically taxing. Like, I rehomed some of the systems I had. Like, I had a bunch of box software. I had one of my RS6000, one of them, the black one that I actually did the video with, is now living in a new home up in yeah. I know. On one hand, I have learned from experience that I am happier with less things in my life. The less I own, the better my mental state is, because it's just weight. But it's also, this was something I did really cool with it, and there's a fair bit of nostalgia. But the video was the end result of that, and I still have another RS6000 that runs NT. I didn't need it. It's taking up space, and I'm unlikely to use it again anywhere in the foreseeable future. So I rather it go to good home And if I need another RS-6000 in the future, I can probably source one, or I can get someone to throw one on the internet for me. So that was part of it, you know. I basically emptied out a full carload, and the less the absolute legendary goal is if I can get my life back down to one carload. I don't think I'm going to quite accomplish that, but 2 carloads is doable, or leaving stuff in storage for an extended period of time. The Restless Systems LLC account is paying for my storage unit. It's $100 a month tax on my life, but my cost of living is about to drastically decrease, and it's going to make life a lot easier. At least so I hope. You know, it's a lot of fear that I'm making the same mistakes in my life over, but the context of why I'm making similar decisions as I've had in the past, despite knowing the results, is very different. And I can't let fear run my life is part of it. I really hope that this is I really hope this is still current. I believe it should be. I mean, you know what, let me look at my Pi just to make sure. What I forget where their CVS servers are, but I'm pretty sure. What is it? Is it? I think if I run CVS up, it will give me the last OpenBSD P server. I hope that works. I think maybe it's NA, but we'll see. Oh, that's on the wrong machine. This needs to be on the Pi. I mean, chat, look at that. That's actually faster. The single-threaded kernel is actually a literal order of magnitude faster. Because it was 8,000 before. Well, it says it's NetBSD 7.5 current, so I'm going to assume that's, in fact, correct. Alright, so Ubench, BSD. I guess we need to do the profiling. So that would be gprof /r b ubench gprof print. And then I think T to disable. Oh, I guess it doesn't really matter. Oh, not gprof. Alright, now we get the kernel profile. Oh wait, kernel read only. Hold on. Wait. Oh right. Because I'm not root. That's not going to work. That's not going to work. There we go. Well, we were on an SMP kernel before. That's what we've been testing it. I already knew that it worked fine on non-SMP generic. I just didn't realize it was that much better. Because the I/O test is about what I would expect. Sorry, I'm just kind of sitting here. I ran out of commentary chat. I mean, so how are people enjoying the weather? I don't know what to talk about. All right, let's see if there's anything interesting on Reddit. Yeah, I'm really happy. I used to live in New England many, many moons ago. New York some people would say New York is part of New England, but it's generally Connecticut and upward. And let's just say I don't have good memories of living in Massachusetts. Maine, I only went to. I had a family trip as a kid, but there's no bad history there. So I always find going to Maine kind of a breath of fresh air. The problem is, my God, it's 5 hours just to get there, and then you've got another 5 hours just to go anywhere, and you have to go through Boston to do so. So it's not like it's a trivial trip. To go all the way out to Lubeck was probably about 12 hours of driving in total, and it was nice though to see the lighthouse and to pop over the bridge. I mean, it's Canadian packets. It's the Canadian. It's the official operating system from Canada, because I don't know of any other operating systems that are basically Canadian. Hey, frame buffer. Well, if the bus hits its brakes, does that mean they're spin locking? Well, yes. I mean, let's be honest. The two Canadian tech companies, QNX and Research in Motion, merged together to create a shitty smartphone. It's like Canada technology can only get so good, and then it just stops being good. God, imagine life today if BlackBerry was still a relevant company in the world. Like, I think Research in Motion is still in business. Okay, so they're now BlackBerry Limited. Yeah, they haven't released a phone in years. It's spinning off its IoT business. And they lost a CEO last year. Yeah, so look, the I/O and the CPU bench is... So what is it actually doing? So it's spending 90% of its time dealing with... So I guess the question now becomes, like, what is it spending all that time doing? It's doing fix-ups, aborts... Something's causing a lot of faulting. But, I mean, that's the performance that I would expect to see, so it's not spin locking. Let's make sure we get the same result on parallels. Like, let's keep ruling out variables. So, this needs to be 05 UTM. At this point, I could just buy parallels and call it good, but the honest truth of the matter is I do just, like, would love to know what's actually going on here. So, I think we have to upgrade the parallels VM. This I can snapshot, so I will. We have to upgrade that to current. So, I guess that's what we're going to do. Give me a moment to change my scenes here, folks. Okay. Alright, so we need to do sys upgrade S and just let it do its thing. An excellent chef. Thank you for the $2 Canadian. Theo, oh, don't tell me that Theo and I share a birthday. That would be cursed. That would be truly cursed. I mean, technically, it's been more than a week since my birthday, so. Alright, Space Wolf, have a good night. At this point, I'm debating getting rid of a smartphone, or at least going to a flip phone smartphone, so I don't have to. I got the cheapest iPhone I got because the last few Android phones have just been complete shit, and I've just not happy with how technology is becoming. No, my birthday is a few days before his then. Alright, right now we just need to wait, because Alright, just time to let it run. I think I'm going to have to take a break here for a little bit. I'm starting to run a little bit on fumes. But this is going well thus far. Well, quote unquote. I need to get a fresh tea pitcher. already done upgrading? So, I've got something here called cookies and cream yogurt. I am curious on how this tastes. Thanks, Andy. Ooh. Ooh, that is good. There's no actual cookies in here, but it's all the taste. Sorry, I'm really enjoying this yogurt right now. Alright. So now we need to get the, I can enjoy yogurt after we're benchmarking, so I need to get the, whatchamacallit. I really wish that Streamlabs was not... Like, Streamlabs does everything right except for the flipping window selector is garbage. And half the time, it doesn't see the window. Alright, let's try that and see if it will now work. Come on, see... Oh, why are you doing this to me? There it is. Alright, so let's get off GitMaker. Fortunately, I compiled these last night, so... That is good yogurt. That was... I've only eaten one meal today, so... keeping that mental energy up is important. Alright, let's see what this gets us. So now we're on the generic profiling kernel. So let's call it non-SMP generic. I'm gonna see if there's another yogurt. Oh, that's good. That is really good. I wouldn't mind learning how to make my own yogurt, but you generally need unhomogenized milk to make it work. And that's illegal to sell in most places. I don't know what it is here in Jersey, but it's kind of a pain. Like, you basically need to have access to a farmer's market to do it. And even then, I'm not sure if farmer's market are allowed to sell that. Oh, that is satisfying, though. Like, I feel my energy coming back from eating it. I'm really trying to make an effort to get back, not so much get back in shape, but at least eat better for the time being, because I'm going through pretty stressful life events, and I'm not setting myself any particular goal except do better. Like, I largely am trying to avoid meat just as a rule of thumb for the time being, both due to cost and due to general health. So I did a pescatarian diet for about 1 to 2 years. And that actually did help for a while. It's hard to maintain in a house where you don't do the food shopping, though, which is why I fell off it. But at this point, there's nothing stopping me from doing so. It's just I want to have a better life than what I've been having. Maybe I'm thinking cheese. Cheese, I'm almost certain. Cheese, it can't be. No, sorry. I think it can't be homogenized. I think it can be pasteurized. Homogenized is when they take the fat out, and that you can find. I think I was misremembering. I've been in rough places for a couple years at this point. Like, my life basically went off the rails in 2016, 2017, and the pandemic was kind of a depression has a price. It wasn't just depression in and of itself, because or my depression had a known cause. Let me put it like that. It's just when you feel entirely hopeless about your situation, there's very little you can do about it. And whether it was factually hopeless or not, it was what it was. The chat is a few minutes ahead of the stream. You can always refresh to get it there. Hey, we've now been live for 4 minutes and 20. There's nothing funny about that number. Or is there? God, I'm going for cheap reaction points on YouTube. I must really be desperate tonight. Send help. I'm hoping this next video does better than the last few, because the last two really just, for the time I put into it, it's really... let me look at what they are. I mean, they're still getting views, which helps. I mean, the videos... The VODs have a pretty short shelf life. Like, my best successful VOD, and let's be honest, I'm not exactly trying to make my VODs interesting. I'm really astounded. Like, my build Linux from scratch VOD has gone 41K. Actually, you know, a fair of my Linux ones have actually done pretty good over the years. I mean, but it takes literal years for it to do the equivalent of a video. Conversely, you know, it's like my pinball video is about, it's going to creep its way to 1 million at the rate it's going. It's gaining about 100,000 views per year. I mean, that is faster, but it's not significantly faster. So, let me get over here. Let me close Studio just before I do something stupid by accident. Like, I don't want to be paranoid. I can't imagine they have key shortcuts enabled, but, you know, just in case. Yeah, I think one of the next things I want to do is I want to set up the ATF stream. And that one I can just basically set it and let it run. I have to figure out how I'm going to cut my audio in, but that's a solvable problem. That is a completely solvable problem. Sorry, I'm just taking a look and seeing what's going on in Discord. I gotta think about, like, at this point, I don't know where else to go. But hopefully looking at this gives me some idea of what's going on. Yogurt gives me strength. I mean, I'll be honest. I started my YouTube career trying to do Minecraft Let's Plays. Like, I went into the idea with YouTube is that if I was going to do it, I wanted to stand out. I actually wanted to grow a channel. It wasn't just going to be a casual thing for me. And from 2010 to 2022, I treated it as a full-time job until life... There was a lot of circumstances behind the scenes that made doing content creation difficult and incredibly unsatisfying for me. I still have some of that. Like, it's not a solved thing, but for the foreseeable future, this is the best thing I can do that is both creative and I find satisfying. I think longer term, if I have the opportunity, I will probably go back to school. I don't know what that is going to look like, and my short-term future does not allow for it. But 1 to 2 years from now, I may be speaking a very different tone. My hope is that 2025, I am basically just going to be doing nothing but the YouTube channel. I don't know what that's going to look like, but as the channel stands right now, it makes about 10 to 15K per year, give or take. But realistically, the last 2 years in a row, I haven't been putting 40-hour weeks into it. So if I were to just simply live stream everything I am doing as far as tech and then edit videos out of those live streams, I think I can keep a acceptable level standard of content and keep the channel interesting. Yeah, just call me Netscape Commander. I like that. You know what? It's not, like I said, the N stands for nothing. Please don't sue me. I don't own any trademarks, but... Yeah, I mean, realistically, I don't have much competition in my field. Like, there are a few other channels on YouTube that get close to it, but this isn't a criticism of LGR in and of itself, but LGR has always been like a hobbyist. Someone who basically loves the tech as an end user. I was always on the, for a technical deep dive, like, when I've met Action Retro a few times in real life, and if you actually look, the back of my head is featured prominently in several of Action Retro's videos. Yeah, I mean, look, the I/O is exactly what it should be between the two. So we know that Parallels isn't having the problem here. It is specifically a UTM issue. I'm hoping that we can get a hint of what's going on. Like, that would be lovely. So let me run gprof bsd gmon out gprof text. Alright, get off the Pi. I think I want to send the bug report now. I think at this point I've got enough information to actually write the bug report. I wonder if this will work. Yeah, I wonder if this would work if, I guess it has to because, they have to be able to accept the email unconditionally. Alright, let's get all this in Git because we'll put a link to it there. All right, let's do send bug. All right, subject. So subject. I guess I don't need to actually fill anything in. Synopsis of the problem. Category. This would be an arm64 bug or AR64. Is it one only? Yeah, I guess it would still be AR64. I probably, actually, hold on. I should probably do this as root so it gets those. I don't know if it would be relevant, but additional information would always be useful. I am really struggling with my Vi tonight. Oh. But of course this isn't Vim, so... arm64 description. OpenBSD displays abnormally slow performance compared to the host system, as compared to the host system and other operating systems. It's here. I should probably line wrap this myself because this is going to go to an actual mailing list. They actually do have standards on like how long the line should be. I don't know how many characters that is, but you know, as long as it's not longer than this, I'll consider it okay. Only slow and other operating systems. Virtualization. This manifest can easily be manifested by running the Ubench application from ports, which gives two numbers, CPU and mem. CPU. And mem. Which gives two numbers, which can be used to track performance. It's called Virtualization Framework, right? Framework. Virtualization. Virtualization under UTM. Similar. This degraded. Oh, right. You know, this is not... I really don't like this adder. Because it's BSD... Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's missing some of the features I've come to appreciate from a modern editor. Alright, let's see it. Under UTM with the SMP kernel, Ubench reports Ubench from ports gives the following numbers. Problem persists in both 7.5 and current, although current shows a small performance increase. Profiling the kernel in various configurations. Top shows IO stat shows the problem clearly. These numbers were taken during Ubench's test. Oh, that was bad. Oh, did I screw this up? I think I screwed this up. Damn it. You know what? Let me see if I can do this again with a better editor. Abort. If I do editor nano sendbug, can I get a... Oh, good. That actually works. Oh god, this is actually really fucking annoying to do. God damn it. Because I can't copy paste, and I've kind of fucked up the file already. Hold on, I can do this. wrong profiling numbers. I forgot what the Raspberry Pi got, but hold on, I wrote that down. When running under virtualization on UTM, OpenBSD shows. Let me see if chat's saying anything. It's AR64 for category. Having a bit more yogurt. It's good to hear that you're having fun with BSD on SimHVAX. Hopefully, you'll have a newer version of OpenBSD to run on it, quote unquote, soon. This is a properly... Yogurt satisfies. Yogurt properly satisfies. Thanks, Kai. Alright, UTM from Ubench gets the following numbers. Blah, 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 blah. When running on the virtualization of UTM, OpenBSD displays abnormally slow performance as compared to the host system and other operating systems running on virtualization under UTM. Problem persists on both 7.5 and current, although current shows a small performance increase. If I expect. VM for these tests, the VM was always configured with 4 CPUs out of the host system's 8 cores. Okay. Reference the host system running a self-compiled Ubench reports as follows. What did I get for NetBSD? Because, I mean, look, I mean, even mem is... Like, that's still really slow. Like, I think I need to get the NetBSD number in here. I really think that's all that needs to be there. Like, I don't think I have to put additional information there. I mean, I'm filing a bug on OpenBSD. I don't even know how... I don't know exactly how this works, how I get a bug confirmation number. I think I need to put my own CC from... I guess I need to change this from root to... Commander at Restless Systems. I really hope that doesn't bounce. I mean, I can't imagine it will. I will run patches. I would write a patch myself, but at this point, at this point, I don't know if I'm going to have time to debug this, and honestly, I'm starting to, it's easier to report the bug when you find it, and then if you can offer a patch for it, it helps. Or so I hope. So let me just get the NetBSD numbers, because I think that's a useful data point to have. Oh, it does not. Why is it not? Oh, there it goes. That's weird. The NetBSD VM did not want to start up. I'm really astounded. Like, I'm just actually curious what this is going to get. So let me just make sure. CPU states. Hold on, I've got the NetBSD VM up, and can I see the settings? Generic ACPI for CPUs. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so let me just run ubench on this. I know I did this earlier, so hold on. Let me... But I do think at this point I can just run parallels. I just find it weird that macOS seems that much faster. Like, it just... That's a little bizarre to me. That UTM... Like, I almost want to put NetBSD in UTM just for reference. In fact, I actually think I'm going to do that, because if UTM is actually this much slower... Like, if this is not a... I think I should just rule it out for the sake of ruling it out. It's going all right. We're just doing some bug at least now I have an OpenBSD solution. I gotta decide if I'm going to do anything else past this tonight. I mean, we've got a good 70 people on. We've got, average view duration's actually pretty high for given we're at the 5-hour mark. Usually, like, people are people are tuning in for these streams. God, the last 2 weeks have just been completely insane. Like, I'm actually looking at the channel statistics right now on the other monitor because I haven't looked at them in a while, so I want to see what's resonating with people versus not. Yeah, like a lot of the OpenBSD streams have actually been getting quite a bit of traction. Like, the fact of the matter is, I don't think I want to just do a video on this alone. I think the end result will be getting OpenBSD on VAX working, and then this will be attached as part of it. I am definitely struggling a fair bit. Why does it say my chat revenue is that high? Did I miss a large super chat? Oh, wow. I just realized that is a way larger super chat than holy crap. Thank you. I didn't even spot it until I just noticed that it was that much higher. Yeah, I mean, the OpenBSD number is a literal order of magnitude larger. Like, it's hard for me to, I mean, literally OpenBSD Ubench is an order of magnitude faster, but it's quite possible that Ubench's CPU workload is being affected by something in NetBSD. It's not chasing statistics. I mean, NetBSD is, look, NetBSD is what is performing at the speed I would expect. I mean, that's not, it's literally, it's about a fourth of what the host system is doing, and the host system is currently live streaming on top of everything else. You know, I wonder if saying, and slow performance. Yeah, I do think, like, where are we on this? I mean, chat, those numbers are a little order of magnitude different. Like, the CPU and mem benchmarks are exactly what I would expect with UTM. Like, Parallels is 2 million. Okay, no, the CPU benchmarks are actually what I'd expect. It's just the mem benchmark that's completely fucked up. I'm looking at that right, chat. Like, yeah. Yeah, so this is just the IO benchmark and the test suite. Let's install it NetBSD in Parallels. Let's just rule it out, get it over with. Let's load the image file. Choose manually. Select a file. NetBSD 10. Okay, continue trial. That's fine. Alright, cool. I've now got NetBSD going, running in the other thing, so let me pull this up. Let's just install that real quick. And then let me change the scene here. All right. Okay, so the network interface does not work on Parallels. That is really fucking annoying. Like, does it work on OpenBSD? Because if that doesn't work there, oh god, please tell me that's not the case. That is just going to be. No, it has to work here because it was able to download things. Are you kidding? It works on OpenBSD, but it doesn't work on NetBSD? What? My brain is hurting right now. That looks a lot faster than OpenBSD. Yeah, it does not know what the network is. I beg. I do have a network device, right? Like, shared network, network controller. Oh no, it's network conditioner. Advanced, open network preferences. I assume I have to change something for it to see network. So here, configure, advanced. I don't seem to have an option to change the network, Nick. Show developer tools. Yeah, I don't seem to have an option to adjust that. How am I going to get UTM on there? Or how am I going to get Ubench on there if it doesn't have networking? I guess I could put it on a disk image. It says there's a VirtIO network div. 2 errors while initializing. Okay, hold on. Demessage less. Can't map IO space, cannot attach. So NetBSD does not work properly under UTM. There's also a lot of ACPI errors there. I probably should file a bug about this, but I'm like... Well, NetBSD doesn't chase performance. They are different operating systems. But it really implies that there's some serious performance problems on the ARM port. I can work with it. I mean, realistically, I can build on a Raspberry Pi. Like, it's... I can make this work. Alright, I'm just going to close this down then, because that isn't going to be useful. Like, that just seems bogus. It doesn't seem bogus to me, but it seems... The NetBSD should not be the... Like, it feels like it shouldn't be that much of a difference, but... Because when it's running Darwin... Yeah, it's a 2 million results. So CPU, when it's running, it's better under parallels, but it's still not good. Because ultimately, when it's running under parallels, like, look here, it's roughly the same size speed as the Pi under parallels. Okay. I wonder if I should put this as virtualization. I mean, I've tried. I mean, I could try, but hold on. Let me look. I mean, it's running on. The thing is that it's running on the virtualization framework. It's not the system. The system isn't going to matter because it needs to be vert. That's exactly what it's trying to do. UEFI boot arguments. Like, let me just see what OpenBSD actually claims they support. Supported hardware. Both device trees and ACPI are supported. They don't make a specific claim of supporting virtualization, but it doesn't seem like it's not unsupported. I mean, it's running on the same machine. Oh, hold on. Did I realize that did I lose the picture at some point? I did lose the picture at some point. I'm sorry. I think that's good enough for now. Yeah, I think that's good enough for now. So bugs, reply to current. Um, I think that's good enough. Like, that's a lot of detail. Let me just keep adding more here. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. The Raspberry Pi 3 is running OpenBSD better than it's running in virtualization. Alright, I think I can send this. Oh, really? Did I break the, no, the picture looks like it's going. Hold on, let me refresh here. Come on, YouTube. There we go. Alright, I think we can send that. Yeah, let's save it. Send it. I have mail. Alright. It looks like it accepted it. It says it's sent to Restless. Let me see here. Do I have an email? I don't appear to have an email. I'm a little worried. Send bug. I hope I didn't lose that email. I guess I gotta wait to see if the bug shows up. I guess I'm going to have to fucking... damn it. I really... I'm going to probably have to install Thunderbird to deal with their mailing list. They're pretty... There's an entire webpage dealing with etiquette, and I had some problems with the NetBSD list on Gmail. I have Thunderbird installed. I guess I could install Mutt, but... I mean, it shouldn't be that slow. I really hope that bug didn't get swallowed. I guess I can always write a new report. I'm assuming that's my message. Yeah, it is. Okay. So has it not been able to send it? No valid route. Network destination. Okay, so it looks like the is OpenBSD's bug thing broken? Network error on destination. Like, hold on. Oh, wow, their mail server is actually down. Their MX record is mail.openbsd.org, and I can't poke it on 25. Wait. That might be Comcast. Hold on. Let me get out into the cloud and let me look from there. Oh no, they actually. Holy crap, that is... Something's actually broken with it. I can connect to it from my VPS, but that is having problems. That is having actual legitimate problems. Like, it connected on the VPS. I'm trying it right now from my Mac again. And it literally was printing out one character at a time. Is it me? All right, you know what? Then I'm going to have to send this. I'm going to have to send it from a real mail client. That's fine. I have Thunderbird. I've got a copy of the email saved. I can just yeet it. I'll yeet it after the stream. Oh, that's gonna be fucking annoying. That means I have to get, God, it's almost like they don't want bug reports because having to be able to send mail from the command line is a fucking irritating restriction. I fucking hate the state of email in the current year. Sorry, part of it is because I use Gmail and I just have not been asked enough to get off Gmail. But I'm going to have to. Like, fucking hell. Like, sorry, I'm actually having a somewhat of a pissed off angry moment at this because it should not be this fucking ass to report a bug. I had assumed that SendBug goes to an open relay. But if they actually needed to run a goddamn fucking MTA, like, that is obscene. Chad, I'm actually pissed off about that. I'm going to step away for a moment while I decide what I'm going to do. Like, that legitimately pisses me off. The problem with the mail forwarder is I've got to set it up. I've got to set up a fucking relay for it because if I want to send it from restless.systems, and I don't even know what the password is offhand. Like, that is a fuck ton of configuration work that I really don't want to do just so I can send a goddamn bug report. You know what? I will actually send it from Proton Mail's webmail. If it gets mangled, I will resend it. I do have a Proton Mail. I can send it from that. It's just I really don't want to use that account. That is fucking garbage. That is legitimately fucking garbage. I'm going to take a 5-minute break to calm myself, and then I'll either shut the stream down here or we'll keep going. I am currently debating right now if I can just get away from sending it from Gmail. Well, one of the things I was planning on doing anyway was migrating my Restless Systems email off Gmail. This is just fucking motivation to do it sooner. So let me see if I can get away with just sending it from Gmail, because I really don't want to put fucking effort into this more than I have to. If that just sends a shitty email, like, I have used mailing lists before without problem on Gmail. It should be okay. As long as I'm basically copying and pasting in a file, it should be okay. So let me just do this and get it over with. And I'll just look in the mail archive, because at this point I have it saved. If it gets completely screwed up, I'll resend it with Thunderbird on my other account. I just don't want to set up Thunderbird right now. Like, that is... I really just want this to be the fucking endpoint. So... I'm literally copying it over to my, my desktop. Not my desktop, my laptop, sorry. That threw me through a loop, and it just... I really dislike when things are blatantly user unfriendly. And I don't know how you describe that, but blatantly user unfriendly, because is it wrong of me to expect that you be able, you know, that there should be at least a web form that you can copy and paste into? That's what I did with NetBSD when I filed the PR with them. Is they have a web form for doing it. It filed the bug. I copy pasted into all the information. It was nice and easy to do so. I mean, I'm going to have to bite the bullet and set up an actual fucking mail server again. I really... Alright, that looks okay. Sorry for getting a little pissed off, chat. That just really... Let me just get this sent, and then I'm going to be able to think again. If it gets broken, I will deal with it then. I'm probably... I was already thinking I was going to have to set up... I was going to have to, like, set up a dedicated work email besides End Commander at Restless Systems, but... Alright. Fingers crossed. Let me hit the button. Alright. Let's see if that, I don't know if I'm going to get a confirmation message. Like, one thing I've learned with the NetBSD mailing lists is it takes up to 8 hours for their system to process the damn thing, probably because it's still running on a damn VAX. The OpenBSD infrastructure, like, they're still using Mark Info as their listings. Like, I do get it. I understand the problems with dealing with modern mail clients, but this just actually kind of pissed me off. Like, with OpenBSD, it's the same. Sorry, NetBSD. SendPR works the same way, but they at least offer a tool. Like, if I was doing a lot of development such, I would go through the effort to do this. But right now, I'm just basically shit posting for my own amusement. I don't expect anyone to run OpenBSD VAX except as a shits and giggles thing, because let's be honest, VAX is not a useful platform anymore. If you're really going to do it, you're going to run VMS or you're going to run something period correct. What I'm making is a novelty. But it's like... The problem that I have right now is if I want to do the VAX development, I'm going to have to figure out how to get the damn thing to build. OpenBSD has to build upon itself, and I'm not convinced that I can get it to build. If I can't get 5.8 to build. I mean, the Pi is fucking faster. I might be able to stall... You know, there are OpenBSD hosting providers, although... I'm having a thought. Hold on. It is possible to change the compiler used in the OpenBSD compiler process, because when I built it on the Pi, here, I'll actually bring this up so I can show you all what I'm talking about. Basically, what I did is you can set mkconfig, and you can set the CC cache. I wonder... Could I convince the car... Can I actually... cross GCC... Because if I could get this to use distcc, I could conceivably get this to build faster. I am not seeing a trivial way to make a... Maybe? Because if I could use distcc running on Mac OS, it's going to run fast. Or at least it's going to be a lot faster than a fucking Pi. Although... Parallels, like... I need to know if Parallels is actually going to be usable, because if Parallels is going to be usable, that is the path of least resistance here. Like, I don't need it fast, I just need it to work. So, and... I mean, I could put the Pi in the cloud... Sorry, chat. I'm actually thinking about this right now, because more realistically, the next step here to making OpenBSD on VAX be a reality again is I have to get it to build with the NetBSD 10 toolchain. Because the existing VAX toolchain that OpenBSD uses barely works. It's similar to the one that's... VAX support in GCC was subject to some pretty severe bit rot. It got revamped with GCC 10. Give me a moment, chat. okay, so reasonably, if I'm actually going to do this, I need to build the NetBSD 10 toolchain. I have to put it in OpenBSD. I'm going to try and build. What was the next release? So was it 5? Was it 5.9 or was it 6? Does their website use? No, that's not frames. Although it looks like it. So 6 was removed with 6.0. 5.9 technically had it, but it doesn't look like it got yeeted out of the source tree. It just wasn't built. Because the way depreciation works is that they depreciate it, and then they don't build it. So it should be possible to build 5.9, but 6 was the first one to get rid of it. So realistically, I have to back out Theo's commits that remove the VAX port, put them on open. I more specifically, I need to take 5.8, which is the last one, or 5.9, whichever the last one was. I need to get it working with the NetBSD toolchain because I don't know if the OpenBSD devs have done anything to GCC. I have my doubts that they would have, but obviously I'm leaving supported territory. Yeah, it's an ancient GCC. And realistically speaking, when we were building OpenBSD, we had problems with the new compiler building the old one. Like, there was actual we had some pretty serious bootstrapping issues in NetBSD, and NetBSD's build system is considerably less fucking fragile. So I gotta think about how I'm going to approach this. Let me kick off a build in parallels. Let me just see how fucking dreadful the performance actually is. Because honestly, I am inclined to, yeah, hold on. You know what? I can leave it on current. I really don't care. It is faster. So, So let's just grab the fucking source tree. You're not supposed to do it as root, but I also just do not fucking care. I'm going, if this is how I end up doing it, I'll probably no, I should do this correctly, like. No, I remember I had to go through like a fuck ton of hoops to deal with the cross compile, and it's like, do I actually fucking care? You know, at the CVS checkout, no, I'm going to actually check it out, and we're just going to do this properly. Like, I probably need to enable do as, but actually, let me do that because this gets annoying quickly. So if I want to do as, like, Okay, it's a little annoying to have to type my password in each time, but I guess so be it. That's, oh, you know what? I probably can just install sudo. Like, they wouldn't be so miserable to have actually removed sudo from ports. Please tell me they haven't done that. Because I really want to cache my password. Yeah, we've got text, fine. Man, I am really just vi sudo. Oh, thank God. All right. Let's actually check out the source code now. So, I guess I'll grab current. I guess it has to be, oh, hold on. That is really flipping slow. Can we do better than this? Hold on, there is repo sync. Let me, can I get, do I have repo sync? I don't have repo sync, but I can get it. Oh, I see how this works. Okay. So this is actually a little bit more complicated. This is similar to right. You know what? This is what I did to check out the repo in the first place. You know what? Let's just do it. I'm just following the instructions here. Like, I just want to get an idea of the performance. I really also dislike you just can't flipping copy and paste the commands. I know why they do that. I've seen quite a few it's designed to make sure that people actually read the freaking documentation, but it's also like... Like, I'm almost wondering if checking out from CVS is going to be faster, because... You know what? Hold on. Let me just grab the fucking Git repo. Like, I can build this in my own home folder. Like, I'm going to just grab the official OpenBSD Git repo. Because that should be buildable. My import isn't. Well, it is, but it also isn't. It's a little bit complicated, and this might actually be useful. How long is that going to take? Okay, that's not going to be bad. That won't be bad at all. I'm just like, it's a reminder that technology has improved in some regards. Someone posted something in Discord, so I'm taking a look. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to sit here and wait for it to check out. I mean, it feels faster than it was when we were doing this the other day. I just realized it is almost 2 in the effing morning. God, and I'm looking at Apple.com and I'm tempted by the new shinies, but I really don't want to spend money. I'm just currently looking at things right now because I think... Yeah, we're literally just watching Progress Bar Simulator. It's like... I think this will be usable, though. Because I would just need to download the 5.8 source code. Actually, you know what? Let me go fishing and grab the actual 5.8 source code, because I need to make sure I can compile it. Because that's going to be my reference branch for all this shit. 5.8. Okay. Let me connect to via a new terminal. Yeah, how much does Parallels cost? Like, I'm just looking right now. Because if this is usable, I may just pay for it. Like, why make my life more difficult? Parallels Desktop, new license. $99 a year. Although if I click, yeah, let's see here. No special offers. Let's see here. Pro, subscription only. Yeah, I probably just need the base one, all things considered, because let's be honest, I'm running this on a laptop, so it's it's gonna be $100. That sucks. I mean, it's $100, but it basically negates what I get from my streams for the last few streams, but then again, I made $40 this stream, so like that's not a bad use of money. It's just, it's still not fast. I feel like I can do better than this. So I guess I need to figure out what the actual solution is going to be. I probably, I can probably put it on a machine on Black Coffee Drinkers Network. Like, I should be able to host it there on the mini PC. I hope. Or I can just run it on the Pi, because at least I don't have to spend $100 on it. Alright, I think at this point I'm the problem is with the ARM port. I mean, this is an issue of it running on KVM, and because the host platform should not matter. Like, I should see the same performance issues like that. I also don't know if virtualization framework can handle nested VMs. That required hardware assistance on x86, and I don't remember it ever coming up on ARM. No, it wouldn't work actually, unless there's a standard for ARM to handle nesting the proxy EL2 system calls, because EL2 on AR64 is the equivalent of ring -1 on x86. It's a 4 times performance difference. God, that is a rough price. I mean, it's not particularly fast even under Parallels. Yeah, but I've got an M2, which doesn't help me. Even then, it looks like this may be a KVM specific issue. Let me see if I got a confirmation that my bug report made it. I'm not seeing it. But like I said, it might have to process before it gets there. I do see another bug report relating to ARM. Yeah, I'm just worried that if I just reply blindly, the threading will get busted. Fuck, this really sucks. Like... Actually, there does look like there's a relevant bug report here. I should have looked here closer. Something called lock order reversal. Actually, it looks like that's a different one because it talks about witness. I'm not seeing... Okay, this is similar but not the same. I should have searched here first. I'm an idiot. I looked on port ARM, but I looked in the wrong place. Let me look here. It's like UTM. No, okay, it doesn't look like there's any recent bug reports here. Okay, well, that's good, I guess. I don't think I... Could I conceivably get this to build under OpenBSD? Hold on, let me actually think about that. Ultimately, I'm trying to use the makefile cross target. It might work. Like, that might actually work. I am actually curious now. If we can build it under NetBSD... Because we have a copy of the NetBSD 5.8 source code here. Let me... It might be possible. Of course. Like, is it possible we can convince this to go? Well, that's the cross compiler going. No vax. Which release is this? Did I, like... libexec. Is it possible this is the wrong sys binary? Hold on, let me see if that's the right binary. That is the right sys binary. That being said, it's completely possible that the cross-compiler target is shot. That is not a good place to be. There's no ARM64. There is a Spark. Oh, wait. It probably doesn't support shared libraries. Hold on. Let me look at the NetBSD source code, because it would have a folder in a similar location. libsd. This was probably self-hosted. In fact, I'm almost certain it was, because the BSD developers really consider the cross-build file SDSO. Machine CPU. I mean, it looks like it. Let me just see if I can build anything. Like, before I try and get this going, let's just see if this is even a viable idea. What can I build? Let's just build the AMD 64 target. Host and target have different size longs. Okay, i3-A6. Sure, let's go with that. Yeah, okay, I have this distinct feeling while I could get it to work, I am going to hate my life trying to do so. Hold on, I want to see if that cross-vax target actually works. Because if I still have access to my desktop right now, so why don't we... and I should have I have a Hyper-V set, OpenBSD and Hyper-V on it. Let me look. Because it is actually running right now. I just don't remember. Where is it on my network? It is 2. I really don't want to have to fucking tweak the build system to make it work. So if I can get 5.8 to build on AMD 64, then I'm going to call that a fucking win. Yeah, I mean, I need to see what actually fucking works first. Like, I'm going to be able to need to build 5.8 regardless, because I need to start with a known working source. That's the smartest thing to do before you do anything else. Be like, you make sure you can build the last known good and then work from there. Because reasonably speaking, we're going to have to... OpenBSD has to be native compiled to generate the sats. And to do it rightly. Like, I can get a minimal working cheroot through cross-compiling, but we're going to have to native compile the damn thing to actually, like, do stuff. I have a couple of ideas on how to do it. Also, looking on Mastodon, someone's released a Mastodon client for the original Palm OS. So make file cross target vax cross GCC. What? Target is not LP, VAX64? Are you... Let me just comment out that check, because that is completely bogus. If I can't build it on OpenBSD 7.5, I'm going to have to install it in 5.8 and work my way forward. That would be one of the most miserable things. I'm really hoping I don't have to do that. Alright, so we get a malform conditional here. Like, can we actually get to the point where we start compiling? We can dump that if we don't need it. Like, this is me just getting a feel for what this is actually going to take. Malform conditional. This is such a bizarre... Okay, so lib panel. Like, I don't know why it doesn't like that, but I also don't want to fight it. I don't need the debug libs. I don't even need a full system. I'm just even... Oh, is that the same error where it can't find that directory? It seems to think that directory should exist. LD Soul program runtime support for ELF. Does the VAX port even support shared libraries? I assume so. Like, I'd be shocked if it didn't, but it's also possible it didn't, which might prevent the cross compiler from fucking working. God damn it. That just... I gotta check that, because if that's the case, then I need to make an ELF port. Ugh. Let me grab the binaries, because this is... I'm really hoping this is not A out. It is possible it is A out, though. No, it is ELF. Okay, so it's not complete stupid. That actually makes me feel better. But there's no ld.sol. Okay, there's notes here. Okay, that looks like that's just stuff that becomes part of the distribution. And this is install MD. That's looking like all boot label stuff. So at least it's elf-based, which is helpful. But is there supposed to be a VAX port here? OpenBSD, libexec, ldso vax. Okay, so here's the commit message that yeeted it out of the repo. Like, yeah, you know what? Let me just look on their web CVS because the files would be in the attic if it existed. All right, CVS web source libexec ld.so and I guess it's not. Here we go. I mean, I guess it's not supposed to be built on VAX. Can I just get rid of the folder? Yeah, let me just. Can we remove the folder from the make file? Let's put it like that. Like, if we just. Oh, I don't know. Do this. Oh, chat, it's running through all the make files. Alright, so what is this complaining about? 527. It's not the happiest thing, but it also looked like on NetBSD, I might actually have a chance of getting this to build. I'm just going to largely have to do the same thing. That actually made progress. Like, that almost actually got to the start of the build process. So, hold on. Change own and commander, user cross, vax. You know what? I probably need to do this as root. Like, more reasonably, I do actually believe I have to do this as root. So, you know what? Let's just do it as root. J8 cross GCC. Like, can it actually build the fucking cross compiler? It's running RPC Gen. It is actually setting it up. Like, if it blows up getting in there, so be it. But this is actually showing some progress. Yeah, look, chat. It's building the cross compiler. Checking target system. It says target vax. Let's just see how far it gets. I have the suspicion it's not going to be able to get all the way there because I suspect ld.so is going to be a problem. But the fact that it's even trying to build is optimistic. Like, I'm definitely feeling like, yeah. Chat, I'm just going to let this run, and I probably will end the stream after. It is not fast. Well, something blew up. Alright, let's get rid of the dash stain and see where it dies. Okay, we need to be able to set C flags. That's what that means. User object, no, it's user cross vax. That's easy enough to fix. Why am I getting permission denied? Did it miss some sort of stamp step? Oh, this build system is... Ugh. So let's let it clean the code base. Yeah, it's just basically cleaning up and deleting all this. I don't know why it's not making all the directories. Maybe I shouldn't have deleted the cross directory, but I'm like... ... question mark? Can I do... Is there... Oh, cross clean is a target. Okay. That helps. That definitely helps. Of course not. Like, what? Why is it just like... Is it not happy running as root for some reason? This build system is... Yeah, see, now it's building the directories, and then it's going to, like, shit itself again. Granted, this is not something that they officially support, so here there be demons. I doubt, like I said, it's pretty clear to me that the VAX stuff was... one of the marks, and this is true of many operating systems, but self-hosting is an important benchmark of system stability and the everything. Well, I was running it as root. That's what drives me crazy. Apparently, you have to run this as non-root, and then it blows up later. OpenBSD doesn't really try and be compatible with anything. It doesn't even seem to want to be compatible with itself. It's like... Realistically, if I wanted to compile 5.8, I need to do it on 5.8, but I think if I can get it to build on NetBSD, like, I just want to see what I can even manage on this as is. Yeah, okay, so that fails like that. So now I can sudo and now we can try this. Target vax cross GCC. Oh, you know, it helps if I'm actually root. I mean, this is running on the desktop, which is fairly beefy. Yeah, and now we're running configure. I'm a little worried it's going to have trouble finding the compiler, but... well, ... We'll get to that when we get to it. It just stopped. Oh, it probably needs to have flip. Okay, hold on. So where is it run configure? Or, I guess it's not run configure. It would be running... I guess I would need to set cross flags or C flags, like... Because technically that needs to be done with the top level compiler. Yeah, it needs... Right, because the BSD compiler is the top level compiler, so CPP flags, that makes sense. Alright, let me run cross clean and try again. Hopefully it'll run CPP. We'll see. Oh, no error. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do a stupid GCC. I really don't want to do a stupid GCC. I really don't want to do a stupid GCC. I probably should have made J Ford this, but let's let it run through the configure. Oh, I just got a message of how to confirm my bug posting. The message was posted. Cool. All right, so my bug report was received. Nice. Well, that's still not working. Can I do CCW no error? Like, does that work? I was able to do CC cache. But it's completely possible for this. It's just not going to work. In which case, I might need a stupid GCC. Well, see, I see it's doing a thing there, setting warning flags like W all, which I don't want it to do. Yeah, I think I'm going to need a stupid GCC. Damn it. I do actually think this would be faster under NetBSD. I also have this horrible feeling it's not going to work. Let's just see, though. Because I don't think the CC binary made it all the way down. In fact, I'm actually pretty sure it didn't. I could theoretically build that compiler locally and then make that the CC, which actually isn't a horrible idea. Oh, actually, that did something different. That was a different failure mode. Oh, it tried to actually put it into quotes, and it blew up catastrophically. Hold on. That actually did do something. Okay, so this needs to be... Okay, so it just needs to be that. Okay. Hey, chat, we're getting there. We're actually getting there. And let me throw a J option on it. At this point, I don't know. I saw a few, I just filed a bug report with what it is up to now, because at this point, my brain is tired. I really don't want to spend more time debugging it. And I'm seeing if I can... First, I'm seeing what actually getting OpenBSD 5.8 is going to look like. And I probably should wind down the stream. I mean, we just passed the 7-hour mark, so... It doesn't need to be a marathon stream. Like, I am capable of streaming for less periods of time. Let's see. Let's let it get through this configure. Because it's currently trying to build an AMD64 DevX cross compiler. I'm actually getting quite tired, so it's 3:20 here. If this works, I'll let it run. If not, I think we'll end it. Still configuring. Oh, is that building? That is building. It was building. Oh, is it setting... Yeah, it's setting W all. God damn it. It does work, but... Let's see here. User bin utilities. I know I said I was going to stop. So these build warnings are the problem. Here it is, enable build warnings. So is this getting passed somewhere? Sorry if I'm not talking. I saw disabled build warnings get passed. I don't know if when the configure message about that. Oh, no, no, there it was. It was setting warning flags. Uh the problem is it's detecting that it's building on GCC, so it's turning on some paranoia options, which it shouldn't. Yeah, see, there's setting warning flags. I probably have to set it in more than one file, like... Yeah, so it's all done with BSD wrapper. It is using an autoconf cache. Yeah, see, the option's not even getting past there, so what am I doing wrong? Oh, it's bin utilities 27. GNU user bin utilities 27. Make file BSD wrapper. Disable build warnings. Yep, there it is. Disable build warning. And I didn't see the message that time. Now let's see what it does. Okay, I am definitely getting tired, though. I really should wrap this up. Alright, well now it's trying to build the cross compiler, so let's see how far it actually gets. Alright, I'm going to sit on the couch just because I'm feeling a little bit question mark. It's unfortunately pretty humid in my living room, so... Alright. Yep. Oh, something just died. Yeah, this is probably a solvable issue, but it's going to suck. So I think I'm going to call it here because I don't want to put more work on this right now. I'll probably have to do a dedicated live stream to it because I think what I'm probably going to have to do is I'm going to have to native compile the tool chain, and then I'm going to have to do cross GCC with it. That's going to kind of suck, but so be it. Yeah, I'm going to have to think about this one. Alright, I'm going to wrap it here. This has been your host, N Commander, signing out. If you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you truly enjoyed this content, consider supporting the content consider supporting the channel monetarily by subscribing on Patreon or supporting me on Ko-fi. I also accept YouTube memberships. Until next time... Yeah, I'm feeling like shit. Till next time, this is your host, N Commander, signing out, wishing you all a pleasant evening.